I'm in a public meeting. You just sang for 100 people. Congratulations.
Steve, you're on, please mute.
Talk to you
I
later.
didn't hear if they want to sing again.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, let's get started. We're good, Debbie?
We are on YouTube.
You're on the record. Great. Welcome everybody to the June Community Board, Queens Community Board 2 full board meeting. This is our last meeting before the summer break, although our work continues. We will not have a meeting in July and August for the full board. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Debbie, do you have a flag? Mine is now in my garden.
I do.
Oh, Maury has a
Sorry,
flag.
Maury has it.
Okay, and Maury, I'm going to ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance since you have and you used to make me do that. So
Wait, what happened? All right.
you are. Okay.
Ready,
Ready?
everybody?
Yes,
Unmute.
we're ready.
Yeah.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag
Of
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank y'all. That sounded great. Okay. It's good to be with y'all tonight. Happy Pride. It is Pride Month. Okay. So we have a packed agenda tonight because this is the last meeting for 2 months. So we have a lot of stuff to get through tonight. So we're going to be a little bit stricter than we are sometimes with some of our rules. We are going to be enforcing the 2-minute rule for all comments, including for elected officials and their staff that might come here, and for any community leaders that are here. We will be timing you and we will enforce it. I encourage you to come back in the fall where you will have more time, but tonight we just out of respect for the board members, I want us to get out of here sometime before midnight. So that's what we're going to do. I also ask all board members to please try to keep your questions to 2 questions. And keep them focused on community issues, and take up your personal issues with the, whoever separately. And lastly, I always do this, but I'm going to say it out loud tonight. I am going to call on people who haven't spoken on a topic first. And then if someone has raised their hand who has already spoken on that topic, I'm going to go to you after. So to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak. I'm hoping that's going to help us not get out of here too late tonight. And with that, we are going to go to comments from public officials. I have just written this down in the order that I got it in Slack, or in chat. And I'm going to start with Cal Sang from Council Member Wan's office. And forgive me if I said your name wrong.
Hi everyone. My name is Cal Sang. You said it right. So
we are gonna time you. Sorry.
Okay. So
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cal Sang. I'm a community liaison at the Councilmember Judy Wan's office. So if you have any concerns, please forward. I have my emails written down in the chat. Please send some emails there with your concerns, and I'm here to listen for that. Okay. And I've also added some flyers up there, the upcoming events partnering with our council office. So please take a look. All right, I think that's about it.
Thank you.
30 seconds. Thank you.
Amazing. Any questions for Cal Sang? Right. Yeah. Okay, I was going to say, really? Okay, Patrick.
Yes, thanks, Cal Sang. I was just wondering, can you provide some updates on what the council members are working on with regards to the new arrivals? And
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Oh.
The audio is not picking you up well.
Hold on.
Sorry, we can hardly hear you.
How about now?
Better.
Better. Okay. Well, I'll give it a shot. So I was just curious what the council member's office is doing to work with the Adams administration for providing housing and refuge for some of our newest arrivals in the city. We know it's a hot topic. I haven't seen much out of the office, but I might be missing something. So any update would be super great. Thank you.
So we have partnered with shelters nearby, and we also have a lot of shelters in our district, and we are also doing a clothing drive to support the new refuge. And if you have more questions, you can always I'm going to type the email there. If you guys have something to donate, please donate, and it goes around.
Thanks.
Patrick, I'd love to chat with you offline, not tonight, about something maybe the community board can do. But we can talk about that separately.
Great.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm gonna go to Melissa from AM Ardia's office. Melissa?
Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa, and I'm the community liaison at the office here in Assembly Member Juan Ardelas. Thank you for having me. The Assembly member is actually driving down from Albany, but he is currently handling an emergency, and I will be providing the updates for our office. In Albany, the Assembly member has been able to introduce 6 additional bills for a total of 14 bills introduced this session. The topics on the bills are including from justice for employment discriminated against for utilizing or requesting to utilize New York's paid family leave program. Also to set up a commission to study the feasibility, costs, impacts, and best location for the construction of the seawall around the city of New York's coastline. The Assembly member has also been vocal and continues to fight for whatever possible on legislation he currently co-sponsors. So far, he's co-sponsored Sammy's Law in New York City's Heat Act and Lead Pipe Right to Know Act. In our district, our office is well aware of the continued increase of migrant families. Our office has continued to distribute clothing to migrant families in need, specifically in the Quinta Inn located on Queens Boulevard. We've been able to help a bunch of migrant families there to pretty much distribute clothes from our office. So if you guys have any clothes or anything that you can help us with donation wise, we're glad to get those donations. And if you have any questions legislative wise, you could feel free to email me. I have my email on the chat, and I will regard it to our legislative team. Thank you, guys.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3 years and I still don't get it. Thank you, Melissa. Are there any questions for Melissa? Okay, thank you. Moving to Victoria from AM Raga's office.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria. I'm the Chief of Staff to Assembly Member Raga. I'm happy to see you all here tonight and hope we can enjoy this final meeting before summer break. In the last month, we've hosted a number of different events. We had our shredding event with AARP at Big Six Towers. We hosted our AAPI Heritage Month celebration. We hosted a job fair clinic with Good Temps and helped register constituents for accounts with Good Temps that are looking or ongoing job search. We hosted a Know Your Rights session with CORE to talk about your rights as tenants, and as well as a legal clinic with CORE for one-on-one legal service. Now that the session is coming to a close, we'll be hosting a number of community service events like the ones listed, and we'll share an updated calendar with the community board. Upcoming this month, we will be doing, we'll be marching in Queen's Pride, so hopefully I'll see all of you there. And later this month, we are hosting a self-defense class with Assembly Member Jessica Gonzalez Rojas and Congress Member Grace Meng. I'm going to keep it at that because I can't see how much time I have left, but happy to take questions.
Good.
Plenty, but thank you.
Any questions for Victoria? Okay, wow, great. Thank you, Victoria, for the update. I'm going to move to, forgive me if I'm pronouncing this wrong, Mora from the CCRB.
Yes. Hi, everyone. As you can see, I am driving right now. I'm going to just keep my camera off for now, but I'm going to keep my announcement very brief. So my name is Marwa. I'm the Deputy Director of Outreach and Intergovernmental Affairs at the Civilian Complaint Review Board. We're a city agency that investigates police misconduct. My announcement is about the...
When you're not driving.
I'm sorry?
Our rules. Could you please pull over and then do your speech?
It's just, I
Dangerous.
can't pull over, but,
Well, then we'll come back later.
I'm using the hands-free option. But yeah, so really quickly, just we're having a public board meeting in Queens the second Wednesday of July. It's open to all members of the public. It's a meeting for folks to come and, you know, share their concerns, their suggestions, their ideas about police community relations, and just meet and speak directly with our board. So yeah, I will share the information once I can safely do so. And it's going to be in person and remote. So in case folks can't attend in person, they can always join remotely. So yeah, that's my whole announcement. Happy Pride Month, and I hope everyone enjoys their summer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to skip questions with you because you're driving, and we're going to move to, but we would like that information for the meeting. I'm going to move to Evelyn from Congresswoman Meng's office.
Hi, everyone. This is Evelyn from Grace's office. Just a very few quick updates about what Grace has been doing, working on recently. So we just said bye to the month of May. We all know it's AAPI Heritage Month. So last Friday, Grace introduced the Diwali Day Act, a bill to make Diwali a federal holiday, which will, if we succeed, it's going to be the 12th federal holiday recognized in the whole United States. And she has also pushed to make Diwali a school holiday in New York City and continues to advocate for state and local recognition of Diwali as well, along with Lunar New Year and Eid. And the month of May is also Mental Health Awareness Month. So in honor of that, Grace also introduced the Mental Health Workforce and Language Access Act. That's a bill which would improve the language access in behavioral health services, ensuring everyone can access help. And well, the third thing is, sadly, mail theft is still a big issue in our district, in Queens and in New York City. We are still continuing our fight against that. So if you experience any kind of mail theft or any mail problem, please contact our office, because it's really going to help during our continuing conversation with USPS, Labor, and NYPD. And lastly, it's our passport event. Yes, we are doing it again, and this time it will come to Woodside. It's on June 11, a Sunday again, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Woodside Post Office. And just a little bit of clarification about the time. I know we usually do 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., but this doesn't mean we are shortening the work hours. It's not like that, because the USPS clerks have to be out by like 4. So if we are still accepting people in at 3 p.m., we are not going to be served them. So we're trying to cut the line at 1 p.m. That's why we tell folks that. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Evelyn? Okay. Wow. Okay. And then lastly, we have Javier from DA Katz's office.
Hello. Sorry, having some camera issues, but I've no really new announcements. I don't want to take up anyone's time. I just want to say Happy Pride Month. I am actually the liaison for DA Katz. So if anyone has any, I'll be going to a whole bunch of Pride events this month, but if anyone has anything in the community that they want to share with me, please, by all means do, and I will forward it to our office. But that's it. I don't want to take too much time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you for that. And come back in future meetings and you can have more time. Okay. I don't see any other elected or community leaders. Okay. We are going to go to comments from the public, and Anatole, I'm going to ask you to call in them or give me a list. There we go. Oh, no. Okay, we're going to start with Louise Echeverra. Forgive me if I pronounce that terribly. Louise. Okay, we'll come back. Odette Wilkins.
I pasted it twice.
What? Hello?
It's pasted in twice, so. Yeah,
I got it. Okay. Odette?
Yes, hello.
Hi, okay, we're gonna start the clock, Anatole. Thank you.
Okay,
3, 2, 1, you're on the clock.
okay, thank you very much. I'm Odette Wilkins, and I'm President and General Counsel of Wired Broadband. We are focusing on safe technology for the public. I'm located in Queens. I'm in Forest Hills. I understand that you're in Community Board 2, and I'm in Community Board 7. Anyway, I'm pleased to be here, and I'm here to talk about the Link 5G towers that are slated for your area. I was trying to count the number of towers. I believe it looks like you're getting at least 15 towers that are slated on the open data set. We have been talking to a number of community boards about this. There are now 16 community boards that have voted for disapproval or moratoria against the 5G towers, and a number of them have also voted voted for the deactivation of those already installed. Now, there are a number of health concerns regarding these towers, along with other safety concerns, privacy concerns as well. Now, with respect to health issues, there is a report that was actually published by one of the major telecom carriers back in 2000. And they did come up with issues of high risk of cancer and leukemia and many other diseases. Now, the DC Circuit Court of Appeals in 2021 ruled against the FCC on its emission limits as being safety standards because of the FCC's failure to consider 11,000 pages of peer-reviewed scientific studies showing harm below those limits. But those limits have not been updated. Now, there's also some safety issues as well. These towers have no setback requirements, so they're 3 stories high, and they can be placed very close to people's windows. So they can be placed as close as 5 feet or 8 feet or 10 feet.
Time, sorry.
Okay. Well, in any event, I'm
Want to wrap up?
Wilkins, OWILKENS at wiredbroadband.org if you'd like to get in touch with me, and I'll also leave it in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to Jill McManus.
Sheila had a question.
Hello.
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
I have a question.
Yep.
For the previous speaker, this is Sheila Lewandowski, she, her, hers. And so my question is, what would you recommend? I understand some of the concerns, but I didn't hear specific recommendations or something that meets the need that certainly exists and is kind of growing.
Sure. And in terms of recommendations, in terms of what you can do as a community board, you can certainly ask for an extension of time to consider a lot of the issues. What I just did is I just touched on a couple of things. There are a lot of issues. I also have a white paper, which I can distribute to you as well, which includes a lot of issues. The alternative with respect to bridging the digital divide, which is the major reason why these are being pushed out, is fiber, is to use fiber broadband as the way in order to increase capacity in the home. Much of these towers is for the 5G is basically for people who are mobile, who are on the street, but we already have 4G, 5G antennas all over New York City right now, either on rooftops or on utility poles. So fiber is really the way to go in terms of bridging the digital divide as opposed to wireless. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the question that you were asking me.
Close enough. I know there are 2 other people asking questions, so
Okay, good.
Okay, so next is Benji and then Maury, and I'm going to ask both of you to keep it short.
What about me?
Hello. This is actually not a question. It's just a very quick comment. I'm an environmental scientist. I've studied and done research since 2004 in many environmental issues. My very first lab that I joined at the National Institute for Environmental and Risks in France, in Iris. I spent 6 months of my life strapping cell phones onto rats for 2+ hours, and the same rats were exposed not just one time, but over a 6-month or more period of time. And we had, of course, a controlled study. There was no difference between the rats exposed to a cell phone in communication, the important thing, and charging at all times. So it was heating up. Our control was empty cell phone case with resistors inside to match the temperature, there was no difference noticed. So now I did not continue any studies in this thing because I was interested in something quite different. But I'm saying this because if you do have a curated or non-curated list of scientific studies, I'd be happy to use my personal expertise to review that for CB2. Because I think there is a lot of fears and things like that that are really not founded by real good quality data. And this is an important keyword, real good quality data. Thank you, and that's it. That's just a remark. There is no question there. There's no need to answer.
Oh, that's fine. I understand. What you are talking about is the difference between thermal and non-thermal, and there are thousands of studies that have shown non-thermal effects, and that was basically from the National Toxicology Program, which put in $30 million, and they found.
Okay, so I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have a very long agenda. What the study I'm referring to, because the control also has the same heat capacity as the cell phone, was studying specifically the non-thermal effect. None of them were noticed after, in the group of rats that I was responsible for, a 6-month study, and I know that they did something for much longer as well.
Okay.
Again, if you have studies, feel free to send it to CB2 and have them forward them to me. I would be happy to spend time doing this over the summer.
We need to move this along. Maury, I'm going to ask you to.
I'm going to be very quick.
Yeah.
I'm going to be very quick. First of all, I just want to thank you for coming to the board. I am interested in this topic through the lens of data rights strictly. I don't know about the other aspects that you talk about, but I ask that you please send your information to the board office. If somebody can put the email in there, and then that can be distributed to the board, and perhaps Anatol's committee can take it on. I'm hoping that I would like to know, first of all, if we can look at some data, who is actually using these, because if it's not really bridging the digital divide, and it is people that are, affluent and mobile, and we're taking people's digital privacy information, it's concerning, because we're basically victimizing a marginalized group again by saying you don't have access, so we're going to give you access, but we're going to follow and track you everywhere. And they've got beacons and they've got this and that. So I would really, really, really like us to look at that, and perhaps the board can ask for an extension of time. Can we do that?
I think it's actually too late, but we'll find out.
It's not too late, because the FCC gave notice to City Bridge that they have to go through federal regulatory reviews on all of their towers. So it's not too late.
Okay, we're going to take this up separately. Camille, I'm going to let you go, but please, we need to keep it quick. And after this, there are not going to be any more comments or questions to public speakers.
I'm going to lower my hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sorry, we're super tight tonight, so we need to be 2 minutes, and we need to keep on topic. I see that Councilmember Juan is here, and I see, Carlos, that you want to speak about things. We're going to go through public speakers and come back to both of you. So I'm going to move next to Jill McManus, sorry.
Hi there. Thank you. I've been called Jim.
Oh, sorry, it's just my bad vision.
That's all right. I have that too. Some points I want to add to what was said earlier. The amount of emissions from these towers across the city, rampant is now, but it's going to be even more extensive in the future, because they're aiming to put up 7,500 of these towers. And that's just up till 2026. So with this density, you'll be happy to hear that nobody measures the aggregate emissions of these towers. And there are base stations on every block, and 4G transposed into 5G on street poles on every second block in my area, and probably throughout the city. Wherever we walk, we're exposed. And as far as setbacks, it has to be more than 8 feet from your window, 1 per block, and 1 no closer than 200 feet. This is going to be a very tight net of emissions that we're bound up in. So there are health effects. Plenty of studies, as was 11,000 pages of peer-reviewed studies have proven that there are effects at far lower than the level set by the FCC, which was based 26 years ago on thermal measurements. Dummy, a male dummy, never measured for children or whole body or women. So be very suspicious of the FCC's guidelines and watch that case. They're supposed to report back and tell us that they have considered the real evidence. Have not done so yet. There's also a lawsuit against the FDA, which is supposed to be in charge of radiation devices. Shown that they have done nothing. Their committee that was supposed to review this hadn't met for 2 years, but yet they seconded the FCC's refusal to review.
Sorry to interrupt, Jill. Time is up if you want to wrap up, please.
Yep.
In addition, the Americans for Responsible Tech has a petition against the FDA to prove how they made the decision to okay this whole project. So this is questioned on every front. I want you all to really be aware and get involved, because don't stop this now and try to get these test models out of our gardens. Be totally vulnerable to unmeasured by any agency.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, I'm just going to remind everybody again that we are trying to follow the 2-minute speaking rule tonight, so that, because we have a very lengthy agenda. I am going to say to Steve Cooper that there is a message from Lewis in the chat that I think City Services can address, but I know that Lewis's microphone is not working. And then we are going to move to, William Kriegler.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, and your time is starting, Anatol?
Yes.
Good, go.
Okay.
Yep.
Two quick comments and one request. One, the first one is support the blue. Without the police, we would just have lawlessness. The second thing is remember those in the military who made the ultimate sacrifice that gave us this democratic life that we enjoy and appreciate. All right, the request. The city bike program in and around the Woodside Station, 61st Street. Please move the bikes off the street area and under the trestles and onto the park areas that we have plenty of. That would free up badly needed parking for our businesses around that area who are hurting extremely bad, and they need these parking spaces. These are people who pay taxes and have been suffering the last 3 years. You made one change that I noticed on 58th Street and Woodside Avenue. I'm just hoping that we could just look at this further, because I feel the DOT has a complete free access to whatever they want to do without any really recourse from here, other than if I have the entire community board too against something, and maybe they can push them back this. Once again, we have the space. Let's help out not only the bicycle people off the streets, which I think would be a lot safer for them, and plus help the businesses in the community. And that was only 1 minute. Boy, I could start singing now. Wow, that was quick. If there's any questions, I thank you for this opportunity to speak to everybody, and God bless America and everybody who serves this unpaid volunteer position.
Thank you. We appreciate you. My dad is a veteran, so I appreciate your comments. I will make a note that if you're speaking and you are able, if your camera works, we need for you to be on camera when you're speaking. That's how it gets recorded into the record. Not my rule. It is a state rule.
Not a good looking guy. You may not want that picture.
Don't worry, but just moving forward.
You got it, young lady.
I'm sure you're fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Next, Jonathan, I see you, and we will get to you. We'll come to you after we get through public comment. Next up is Jim McGee.
Hi. Can
Hi,
you see
Anatol,
me?
I can see you. We can see you. Anatol, are we good? Oh, we're good. Go ahead.
Hi. All right. So when I was a kid, there used to be a Democratic club on the south side of the boulevard, the Anorak. Then there was one, the West Queens Independent Democratic Club on over in the gardens. Now there's neither. I'm trying to get one started again. Me and a couple of other people from Sunnyside. We're gonna have an initial meeting at 6 p.m. on Sunday at Sanger Hall. They called me yesterday, they can't do it, so I just wanted to let everybody know. It's gonna be at Bar 43, same time, 6 p.m. and Councilwoman Juan will be there at Julie Juan will be there at 7 p.m. to take questions and to talk. And that's it.
Thank you, Jim. If you would like, you can put that in the chat so everybody can see it. I know sometimes it's easier to see.
Great. I didn't know what the rules are.
No,
Thank you
it's
very
fine.
much.
It's fine. It's not on the record in the chat, but it's fine for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Next is, sorry, it's hard to read chat as it's moving. Next is Patricia Dorfman.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Hear you and see you.
Okay, I need those 5 seconds you just took, Anatole. I'm going to talk very fast. Yay, Sheila said we had to say what we had to say to transportation tonight. So yay to ferries, yay to ADA progress, particularly the 7, yay to Bliss Greenway. And we love meetings on YouTube. I wish you would put the chat somewhere where it can be found. However, and the nays are having to, I feel disenfranchised as a senior because I, of course, understand how much better it is to have an online forum. Nobody has to schlep over there. However, there's no notice of these meetings in the printed press. No one knows about them. So I feel, for instance, my main issue right now is the 46th Street arch block closing, which already 500 people and growing every day have signed against. And we will explain that in the fullness of time. I feel that the blocking was mischaracterized in transportation because according to Dirk, he said all the businesses are for it. 100% of the businesses are not for it and growing. I'll send everything to the board that I'm saying in a more coherent way. And I didn't like at the last public meeting that Amin Saeed, whose family owns the entire east side of the block and is a business owner there of the supermarket, I don't think anybody really heard him. I think Steve Cooper kindly said maybe have a hearing. And then Danielle, you seem to say that's not a bad idea, maybe in the fullness of time. And then I felt like Laura Shepard from the Transportation Committee said, no, it's a done deal. We don't need to have a hearing. Well, this is such a sweeping change for thousands of people who may not have heard there was even a meeting that it goes back to my former point that you guys have to tell the media we're online now, we're going to do this, X, Y, and Z. And I will send this to you and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Pat. Sorry, Anatole, I've lost who's next. Sorry, I'm sorry. There's a lot going on.
Sarah Braitis?
Yes, Sarah. Sorry.
Oh, hi, everyone. Time flies. And I'm here representing Court Square Civic Association and M. Wells. We're over in the heart of Court Square, a couple of blocks away from the courthouse, right on Crescent Street, due north of, the new Target. Anyway, this is this June 18th from 12 noon to 7 p.m. We're hosting our 4th annual Court Square Block Party with a legit stage and a sound system and puppets and tons of arts and crafts and a classic car show, getting a couple of friends and Queens collectors to string some whips together. And the Queens Public Library is pulling in their book mobile, so there'll be, library services, pools, cute little, somewhat scrappy, a whole lot of fun. People come, they spend all day there. We have a barbecue and some, beer and wine. And so looking forward to having everyone there. There's also Smiling Hogs Head Ranch will be there. So anyway, a nice wildly diverse set of activities for big and little kids. thanks for the time.
Thank you. I will be there. Very excited. Okay,
Send
sorry.
the information to the board office and we're happy to post it to the website.
Oh, thanks. Will do.
Next is Carlos from NHS2.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carlos. I'm from the Community Outreach Coordinator of Neighborhood Housing Services of Queens. I'm going to keep it really short. Just reminding everyone to please are invited to our new classes. We're running a new digital skills classes, digital literacy classes happening in person twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays on the Queens Museum. Are completely free. This is from beginners to very beginners to like everybody that wants to know how to use any devices. There's no age range, so everybody's welcome. So you just go in. You have till next week to do so. If not, you can do it on July, as well as we're working with LaGuardia Career Center. NCL was working for employment there. So if you ever need wants to apply to any employment at LaGuardia, you can email me. My email is already on the shot. As well as all the education that we're going to be displaying in the next 2 months. There's going to be for everything from first-time home buyers to tenants' rights to affordable housing. I know that right now that's the hot topic right now, affordable housing. So we're going to have a webinar this month and next month as well for people that want to learn how to apply, learn how to keep going into the website and do everything. So yes, I'm gonna keep it short because I know we are busy today. So thank you so much and happy Pride, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, I think that is everyone for public.
I had a question. I couldn't raise my hand while I was screen sharing.
Right.
Carlos, did you say there was a tech education element to this event?
Yes,
please send us the info and we'll send it out via tech committee of CB2.
Okay, perfect. I will send it to you. Thanks.
Okay. Now I haven't been able to look at my screen, but I hear Julie is here. Our council member is here. Sorry, and wants to say a few words. Maybe not. Okay, I guess not. Anatole, do we have any public comment for the 2 hearings tonight?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. Great. So with that, we are actually going to move on to the presentation from the economic development from the EDC about the ferry.
Hi, thank you.
EDC, do you need screen sharing?
Yes, can we grant it to Nina Versosa, please?
I'm sorry, who?
Nina Versosa.
Okay, great. Got it.
Danielle, I'm sorry, was Jonathan here from Sunnyside Community Services?
Oh, yes. Oh my gosh, Lisa, thank you so much. I totally forgot.
Right.
Jonathan, are you here? Okay.
Nina, can you stop screen sharing until we see if Jonathan is here?
I'm looking through now.
I think he left.
Yeah, I don't see him. Okay, he did put information in the chat that we should, I'll find it and repost it.
I'm sorry, can I speak for Sunnyside for a second?
Please.
The Sunnyside Community Services annual gala, which hasn't taken place for 2 years, will be at M. Wells on June 20th. So I invite everybody to attend, come and buy tickets. Oh, there's Jonathan. Oh, he put something. So
Yeah,
anyway,
I reposted what he put.
I want to invite everybody to come to look online, and it's going to be a great time. So anyway, I wanted to make that announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Lisa, can you send us the gala flyer and we'll put it on the website?
I'll do that. Thanks.
Or I have Sunnyside Community Services.
Yeah, I'll have Judy do that.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Back to the presentation about the ferry at Hunters Point South.
Okay, thanks, Danielle. And thanks everyone for having EDC here tonight. My name is Tara Das. I'm with our Government and Community Relations team, and I'm also joined by Nina Versosa and Franny Civitano from our NYC Ferry team, and Shakuru Okio and Chi Lee from our Capital team. We did come to the Transportation Committee meeting earlier this week and went through this presentation in greater depth and have shared this presentation with the community board. So we will be providing a more abbreviated version of that today, and happy to answer any questions afterwards. So before we begin, I just wanted to recap on how we got to where we are right now. So NYC Ferry and EDC have been working to update the Hunters Point South Ferry landing. And this past winter, we received feedback from the council member, the community board, stakeholders, and members of the community to study alternative sites for the ferry landing in Hunters Point South. I will note also that we have had a great increase in ridership at Hunters Point South. So we are focusing at potential locations within the Hunters Point Park itself. So since then, we continue to be working with our engineering consultants on the study of the locations. And so for tonight, of course, before we break for the summer, we wanted to make sure that we came back just to review what we have been studying and how we've been structuring that study, and share what our broad timeline is for engagement going forward. So I will pass it to Nina to go through what the study is looking at right now.
Thank you, Tara. My name is Nina Versosa, and I'm a transportation planner at EDC with the Ferry Department. So I am going to skip this first part here, since I believe that most of you are already familiar with the NYC ferry system. But what we want to highlight here, though, is that the East River route, which starts from Wall Street Pier 11 and ends at Hunters Point South, accounts for over 40% of the ridership in the system. So the Hunters Point South landing itself is a critical element of the most productive route in the ferry system. And in itself as well, the weekday ridership has grown by 33% since 2019. And in particular, the morning and afternoon commuters have increased substantially. So morning ridership has increased by 66% as compared to 2019. And this shows that there are a lot of commuters using the service and not just leisure riders. And on average, about 660 passengers board from the Hunters Point South landing on a daily basis. So this is a very highly utilized landing. The problem, however, is that it is the oldest landing in the system and it must be replaced. It is over 30 years old, but we do maintain and inspect it regularly. So it is so it's safe to use. But we cannot continue servicing this landing indefinitely at this current condition. So it really needs to be replaced. We are trying to be proactive in ensuring that we have enough time to plan, permit, and build a new landing without having to disrupt this vital service to the community. And our goal is to make the landing fully ADA accessible. And we want to make sure as well that it is the structural integrity and safety used by the passengers. And we're also hoping to install an additional slip to improve the service reliability during high ridership days. So you might be wondering, why can't we just replace it at its current landing? So we are limited in terms of what we can do at the current landing because it sits on top of the LIRR and Amtrak tunnels. So we want to make sure that any changes we make would not impact the tunnels underneath it. And we consulted with the community earlier this year through a walkthrough at the Hunters Point South landing. So with Council Member Juan and members of the community board, as well as Conservancy. And from that walkthrough, we received feedback on 4 locations that they would like to they would that the community would want EDC and our consultant to look at in terms of looking at alternative sites as well as design for this location. And that's in addition to location option 0, which was the initial site that we have proposed parallel to the Hunters Point South Oval. And the scope of the study focuses on the Hunters Point South area because we want to continue serving the community in these areas, particularly with the recent growth in ridership. So the first location that we are looking at is a truss option at the current landing location, but the only difference is that we are looking at connecting the landing to the sidewall of the esplanade so that we don't have to drive piles underneath the riverbed that would potentially impact the tunnels underneath it. The second location is by the luminescence area at the end of 54th Avenue. And the third and fourth location are in the southern part of the Hunters Point South Park. And it's the third location is right next to the outdoor gym. And the fourth location is by the Newtown Creek. So McLaren Engineering, who has done most of the design and engineering of NYC ferry landings, is currently doing the study. They have already finished the technical survey as well as data gathering. They looked at whether or not there's enough deck to accommodate the ferry vessels at each site, as well as look at any subsurface restrictions such as easements and tunnels at this location. Ultimately, they will be answering 5 questions. First, can the NYC ferry vessel safely navigate at each site? And can we responsibly construct at each site? And are there any environmental considerations? And how much will each one cost? Most importantly, they are looking at the impacts to the community, and answering these questions would be vital in ensuring that a solution that would ensure the technical components of operating a ferry service at the site, but also weighing in the values that the community prioritizes. So I will let Tara talk about the timeline for the study.
So as Nina mentioned, we are still in the process of conducting the study, and we expect it to wrap up sometime this summer. When we do have the findings, we certainly want to be reviewing those study findings with the public. So through a combination of informal and formal engagement, we want to be talking about these study findings with the community board, the general public, residents, riders, park users, and casting our net wide of of sharing what has come back. Following that, we do want to have time for folks to respond and react to what these study findings are. And then eventually later in the fall, we will come back to the community board with the outcome of this whole process. And so we certainly will be coming back to the community board when we first find the findings, and then return once we have ample time to receive feedback and responses from the public.
Amazing. Thank you. We have a few questions from board members, but I was fortunate to sit through this presentation in the Transportation Committee meeting, and it's very exciting news. Okay, we're going to take questions. I'm going to remind board members that this is the time when we ask questions, not the time when we debate or give our opinion, and to please keep it to 2 questions if you can. I'm going to start with Tom.
Thank you, Tom Richards. I appreciate the questions that the McLaren Group will opine on. And they're all concerned with selections 3 and 4 at the mouth of Newtown Creek. Will the McLaren Group also look at the potential impact putting options 3 and 4 in that would have on the ecology of the creek, the remediation as a Superfund site of the creek, and the work that the Army Corps of Engineers plans to do to control floodwaters? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And Yes. So as folks may know, we had previously planned a landing in another location that required a lot of dredging, and ultimately that there were many reasons why that landing location did not end up working out, but that was a serious concern that definitely contributed to that. So we know that, I think the last time we were here, we spoke about how the Newtown Creek not only is a Superfund site, and there are some very important and serious considerations we need to make because of the fact, all the things you just mentioned, but also it is a very busy channel. There's a lot of traffic that goes in and out of there. And part of this study is to really understand, are we allowed to construct anything in either of those areas? And if we were, if it was possible, like, does it work with all the other things, with the traffic that's there, with the Superfund site, with, the environmental impacts? So I think we are going to find out some of those things in very short order. And that will absolutely play into a decision on whether or not it is a reasonable option or even physically feasible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Vice Chair Roz?
Hi there. I just wanted to ask briefly about the integration of the ferry system with the full public transit system. And there are two aspects to this. One is to limit the distances between them. So right now, if you take the subway, the closest one is Vernon Jackson. It's quite a walk to even the present terminal, and these other locations, I think, would be a little further. But the second part would be to provide some, and this is maybe beyond your pay grade too, but to provide for some cross-honoring of fares. So it's really one transit system that we're talking about. And it would be helpful if you could transition between them without paying extra fares. Is there any thought given to that?
Thank you, Roz, for both of those questions. I'll take your first one first. So, we can't move subway stations, and we can't obviously move the ferry. So there's not a ton that we can do about the distance between the two. And we did purposefully cite most of these landings because they were far from subways, and we were trying to capture folks who had a long walk to a subway. But I know not everyone who takes the ferry necessarily lives right near the ferry. And some people do connect to modes by bus or by subway, something like that. We have had discussions in the past with MTA and internally as well about how we could potentially integrate better. Like we did a lot of work in Soundview when that ferry landing opened to try and coordinate as much as possible with the bus that went there. I think that, I don't want to portray that as an easy thing. We know that the MTA does a lot of planning to route their buses and do all of that. And there's a lot of capital investment there. I do think that if we are looking at the future of the ferry, we're about to enter into a new contract coming up. Like there are a lot of improvements that are coming, and that is something that we want to look at. I think that brings me to your next question, which is cross-honoring of fares. We have, when we first set out to build NYC Ferry, we pegged the price at $275 because that was a familiar cost, because that was the subway cost. However, what we have said for a long time is MTA is a totally separate system. And we know that any free fares between us is probably going to be incredibly expensive for ferry. What we did last year with the Ferry Forward program, I think was an effort to try and bridge that gap a little bit better. So expanding our discount program for seniors, people with disabilities, those who participate in fair fares, and coming up in September 2024, high school students as well all have access to one-way tickets at $1.35. So while that is not a free transfer between systems, it is an attempt to try and make that easier. So we will continue to monitor fare policy, but we do not have any plans at the moment to integrate those fares with MTA.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roz. Benji? I think you're muted. Okay. Benji, I'm going to go to Camille and we'll come back. Okay. Camille?
Thank you. A couple questions.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Sorry. Go ahead. Okay, now we can't hear you.
You're on mute.
Camille, go ahead and we'll figure out what's going on with Benji's device.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. A couple questions. So first is, who is the ultimate decision maker? Who will ultimately decide on where this gets placed?
Well, this is a parks facility, and so nothing will happen without parks approval. It's EDC doing the construction. But as we know from the last time we were here and the engagement that we've had so far, EDC is not interested in putting in a landing that is opposed by everyone. That is not something that we see as a successful project. Something that we spoke about last time before we had this alternative analysis study commitment to that was discussing the feasibility of landings, and if we couldn't feasibly find another location that worked physically and for the majority of people, that we were looking to get information about if this landing doesn't exist, because that's really what our goal is to find a replacement location that can be sustainable for the long term. So that did not directly answer your question. I think we have a lot of stakeholders, but parks, EDC, community, we all want everyone to be aligned.
Who's the decision maker?
I think it will be a decision that parks and EDC will come to with ample input from various stakeholders.
So is it the parks commissioner and ultimately the mayor? I'm just not clear. Is it a recommendation that EDC offers? I'm just trying to understand where this community input fits into the big picture. I would hate to see you all come back and, ultimately rubber stamp location 0 after, so just curious, like who is ultimately making the decision?
I think that's going to have to be a conversation. It's not going to be me personally. I think, it's going to be a combination of people from parks, from EDC, from the city.
Okay. Thank you. And I think when you all first came in earlier in the year, there was a lot of talk about the larger boat, I think, and maybe the depth of the water was, not sufficient at the current location. I don't think I heard that come up again, because it seemed like that, it seemed like a lot of the conversation a couple months ago was just you could do all this at the site with maybe a smaller boat. And I might be making all of that up, but
no,
that could be the crux of the previous presentation. So it's strange to me that none of that was referred to during tonight's presentation, just from like a continuity perspective. But can you clarify?
yes. So hopefully I understand your question. We cannot, so as Nina said, we are constantly monitoring the existing location. And so we will continue to operate there as long as it is safely feasible. The current landing it does not allow for the larger size vessels, which I think you asked about. But even if we only used the 150 passenger vessels, we still could not continue to operate at this current landing. Things have changed in the 30 years that when this landing was installed. So basically the piles that exist now to hold the landing in place, we know that we cannot likely replace those piles. We can't build a new landing with piles because of the constraints of the tunnel. So water depth is not, that is definitely important, especially as we're getting close to the shoreline here, but that's not the big issue here about why we have to replace the landing. At all of these sites, these alternative locations, one of our goals is that it is a robust enough landing that would allow for the docking of the 350 passenger vessels. And I'm glad you brought this up, because I think that in previous conversations, I worry that people hear me say larger vessels and they're thinking a really huge boat. It's not really a difference that you can noticeably see from the water, but we want to be able to operate them at any of these locations, because as Nina said, this is the busiest route. It's a highly utilized landing. So that really gives us the flexibility, not necessarily that we want to program them here 100% of the time. It's really just in peak periods. Did I totally miss your question?
That was mostly it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Camille. Benji, you're back.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay. So thank you for Tom and Roz earlier, because basically my comments were going to be almost exactly that. I have just two quick extension. Extension number one about Tom's comment. All of the locations 2, 3, 4, they are located where there is the only climate resilient adaptation on the East River that's actually planned to be destroyed by a seawall soon. But is there any plan to make sure that these smart adaptation are going to be keeping on doing their job for as long as they're allowed to? Second question about the connection, because ferry, at least until recently, until the price went down, I saw that as transportation for rich people and also, the location. And so there is mention of real efforts to reduce the costs so it can be affordable for people who don't have, the money to buy a car and who have the choice between subway and bicycle. And so is there a good connection with, so the current location is pretty well connected to bike lanes. I have no idea about the other ones. I mean, location 2, yes. Location 3, I don't really know. Location 4, I don't know either. So is there plans to connect them to bicycle network, which are really need for people of modest means who make $40,000 or less a year, like me, for example, right? It's super important to have a good bicycle infrastructure, because subway that can't always get us where we need to go in the time we need. And I think the addition of the ferry as a fare that is affordable can be a great addition for people of modest means. Thank you.
Thank you, Benji. I think the same answer applies to both of your questions. So are we going to keep the smart adaptation, climate resiliency, and connecting to bike networks for any of these locations? I think that we really need to first determine if these sites are feasible, which is not a guarantee for a number of reasons. That's why we're doing the study is to look at that. And once we can identify the feasible locations, then we can start to think about, okay, how can we make sure, like, because you're right, the walkways near location 3, for example, very narrow, not necessarily built for ferry traffic, for that to be an area where people are getting on and off transportation. So those are things that definitely need to be thought out. Not that we're ignoring them, but we first want to determine if the site works at a fairly basic level, and then we can figure out those other things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Benji. Lisa?
Hi, yeah, thank you all for this presentation. I just want to ask, I mean, this enabling these sites to have more traffic, ferry traffic, is, I think, short-sighted. This ferry station was always connected and envisioned for there to be another ferry station closer to Queensbridge and Annabelle Basin up that way. And so are you continuing to look in this alternative analysis of adding an additional station north of here?
This analysis is just focused on Hunters Point South Park. So we really wanted to maintain service in this area. And so our scope is limited to what the map that you see here.
And is EDC still looking north of here at a station?
We are not currently. We do not have any plans for expansion right now. If and when we get to that point, it will be a citywide effort to evaluate potential new sites. And we've certainly heard enough about that location that I would put money on that, being included as a site, but that is not currently what we are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for essentially asking the question I have. Sheila?
Hi, everybody. Hi, Franny. Hey, Tara. So, yeah, I won't rehash what from years ago when they looked at that site and this board pushed for it they knew the Long Island City site not to exist, but there to be a Queensbridge site. I guess I did just rehash that. But I do want to say something in defense of the 3 and 4, keeping in mind that would be replacing the existing location, not in addition to it, is part of the reason there was discussion about them. This gets to somebody's comment earlier, has to do with equity. It has to do with the fact that all of the affordable or so-called affordable housing is south of the current site. And so some of the thought, and when we were doing the walkthrough with Councilmember Juan, is trying to put additional access where people with less means are, as opposed to just replacing the existing site and keeping the Long Island City site, which would put all of it up closer to the market rate housing. And there is a bike lane that goes all the way down there.
Thank you, Sheila. We don't have any other thing. I'm going to just add I say this every time this happens, add my push that there should at some point be a ferry stop at Queensbridge Park. And I also just want to say, I hope that we are talking seriously about transitioning the ferries to renewable energy. I take the ferry to work. I love the ferry, but I just would feel a lot better about it if it was running on, not fossil fuel. But thank you for the presentation, and I think we're pleased that you up here to listen to us and listen to our concerns. Thank you for coming, and we look forward to having you back in the fall.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks. Okay, thank you. And with that, okay, so I'm sorry, I'm gonna go out of order. I apologize, Debbie and Steve, but I understand that Council Member Juan is here. And maybe I'm wrong.
She will be joining soon.
Okay, so just let me know when she joins and we just have to head into public hearing, so it might be a bit of a wait, but okay. We are going to go into 2 public hearings tonight. The first one is about the landmark application at 4150 47th Street. Is there someone here?
Laura, I'm here.
Awesome. Sorry.
So do I just share my screen?
Debbie, we're gonna need privileges for Laura.
Laura, you have privileges.
Everybody see it?
We don't see anything yet. We just see that you're sharing. There it is.
Okay.
We're
Great.
good. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Hi, I'm Laura Heim. I'm a local architect here in Sunnyside on Skillman Avenue. I'm here on behalf of my clients, Sarah and Jason Tarana. They purchased a house in Sunnyside Gardens in Colonial Court in 2019, and we are proposing extensive renovations to the interior of the house. It's a 2-family, as well as replacing all of the windows and doors on the exterior. And the part that we're here for is one specific part. The rest of the renovation work that we're proposing can be approved at the staff level at Landmarks. So I'm here to specifically address the part that they will be doing at a hearing on June 6th. So thank you for putting me into the schedule. Otherwise, I would have had to wait till fall. So I appreciate it. So here you can see Colonial Court. It is the first of the courts in Sunnyside Gardens. It's the most eclectic. The house is actually located 1 block in from 43rd Avenue. So it's at the southern end of Sunnyside Gardens. You can see it here outlined in the red lines. You can see the historic photo, and you can see sort of a side view of it. It's not moving forward. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so here you can see the front view and view number 1. And Landmarks always ask you to show how you can see the site from the different parts of the street and beyond. So 1 is where you can see it from the street. 2 is a side view from the corner of 43rd and 47th Street. The rear you can see in item 3. And from item 4, view 4, you can see slightly outside the historic district, you can see the roof where we are proposing to put 2 skylights. And those 2 skylights are why I'm here tonight. We want to put 2 skylights in the attic. They have a pitched roof at the top and a terrace up there. She's an academic. She wants to make her office up there, so it's an accessory use. And she wants more light, and I think it would be beautiful. So we're proposing 2 skylights. They're about 2 foot by 4 foot. We'll be removing original slate, and it is slightly visible from outside the district. So that is why we're here tonight. So here you can see the before and after, the before photo, the before elevation, the after sketch, and then the after elevation. This is also uniquely sited facing apartment buildings in the back. So they have their yard and then they face onto apartment buildings as opposed to a typical court in Sunnyside Gardens. So Landmarks always requires you to show the views. So here you can see the views. The view from 43rd Street, you can't see the location where we're proposing the skylights. The view from 43rd in the corner, you also cannot. So, and the view from within the historic district, you cannot see the rear of this roof. But if you step slightly outside the historic district, there you can see the apartment building on the left. You can see we mocked up in blue where you can see the 2 skylights that will be on the roof that we propose. So are there skylights in Sunnyside Gardens? Landmarks has already approved 3 applications for skylights on the rear of houses that are partially visible. One is in 44th Street, one on 45th, and then I actually in the fall had one approved on 46th Street. The ones in blue are existing skylights that are pre-landmarking. So you can see there are many skylights in Sunnyside Gardens, and they have approved 3. So there's a precedent. You can see these are the 3 that were approved. What the first one is the one we just had approved. You can see it through the alleyway from the other side of the street, very small amount. And then number 2 is another 2-family that had 2 skylights approved. And then 3 you can see obliquely from, because it's in the Muse, from 44th Street. So I'll go quickly through this. You guys saw basically this presentation in the fall, but here are other skylights that exist in the neighborhood that were from before landmarking. And these are additional skylights that are in the district from before landmarking. So we're proposing a fixed Velux skylight. It'll be on the original slate. When we take off the original slate, we'll save it to be reused if there's any patching necessary. It's a 2 by 2.5 by 4, 2.5 skylight, a pair of them. So that's why we're here, because they're partially visible from 43rd Avenue. I appreciate your time. Thank you. You're muted. Do you have any questions?
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, do we have any questions from the board? Not. Oh, Lisa.
It isn't a question. I just want to share with members of the board that the land use committee voted unanimously to support the application. So just we're going to vote on this later during our land use committee votes.
Thanks. Anatole, is there anyone who's making public comment on this?
Nope, not on this.
Okay. Okay, so we will vote on this and discuss this. Oh, Steve.
Yeah, just one question, Laura. It seems like a pretty easy application. Obviously, land use feels it is. Is there anything that we can do so that we don't have to hear these kind of applications in the future? I mean, I understand there are certain houses and certain locations in the gardens where it may be relevant, but I would think that landmarks would be able to eliminate some areas.
In their rules, they can't eliminate it yet. I'm hoping that, because I mean, this is my second one in like 3-4 months or whatever, that they can make it so it can be approved at staff level, but they haven't done that yet.
Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. Lisa, or sorry, Sheila.
Hi, Sheila here. Just a question connected to this and the other presentation we're getting about the Yes Climate stuff, which hasn't passed yet, but how would the installation of skylights fit into the new climate rules? Would it be made easier by them? I'm curious about that.
Sunnyside Gardens is a National Historic District.
I know.
Yeah, we don't have to file. We don't have to follow any energy code or.
Okay, so it's the National Historic District as far as the landmark district, or both?
It's both.
Because of the National Historic District.
Yeah, if we were just a city district, we'd have to follow, but because we're a national, we don't.
I appreciate you sharing that with me. Thank you for sharing your wisdom.
Thanks, Sheila. Zishan.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm a little sick, but following up on Stephen's comment, I'm wondering, is there a requirement that these kinds of applications come to both the committee and the full board? Or could we just do them at one or the other? Not for a time reason so much as it seems like if folks are paying consultants and architects to attend public meetings, it becomes an increasing cost hindrance for people to make basic changes to their homes.
In Jackson Heights, you just go to land use.
If I may, it would require us to change our rules. The community board so far has brought everything in front of the entire board. We could change that just as we've changed it with other things such as liquor licenses.
Yep.
But it just hasn't been done yet.
But something we maybe should think about. Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, I would also suggest that we add to our letter for this one, that this kind of application could be approved at staff level. It seems a little bit much that it wasn't. There was a lot going on. in this application, and this is the one thing that they couldn't approve, which just kind of blew my mind. So I think some of them are more complicated than others, Zehan. So, I wouldn't want to, make it a one size fits all, like don't come to the full board. But, I think we can at least make this statement now.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So we will be voting on this in the business part of the meeting and go from there.
Thank you. Take
Thank
care.
you. Okay. Next, can you stop sharing?
I am.
Great, thanks. Okay, the next discussion we're gonna have, public hearing we're gonna have is about carbon neutrality, the ULURP City of Yes for carbon neutrality. And I believe someone is here from city planning.
Yep. Good evening. My name is Nihilus Klingel, here representing city planning.
And Debbie, he will need.
Iris, do you need screen sharing?
I do. Thank you.
Just give me a moment.
I just want to share also the previous presentation from land use was circulated with the minutes for this meeting.
For this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And some of us have seen this several times before in land use and through the borough president's office.
Alice, you have privileges.
Great. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Terrific. So again, my name is Nihilus Klingel. I'm a planner in the zoning division at New York City Planning. I'm representing Teal, your board planner, who is on vacation, unfortunately, fortunately for her. And I believe she presented this proposal at the Land Use Committee a few weeks back. So happy to talk about it with the full board and get your questions as well. So the initiative is called City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality, and succinctly, it's an opportunity to update our zoning regulations to help all of us meet our climate goals. A City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality is the first of 3 projects that the Department of City Planning is developing as part of Mayor Adams' broader City of Yes initiative, charging agencies to take a hard look at outdated regulations, holding New Yorkers back from investing in their homes, businesses, and our city overall. 2 other initiatives depicted here, economic opportunity and housing opportunity, will begin more public engagement later this summer. They are distinct and independent proposals, and to avoid inundating community members during the public review process, they are being staggered throughout the rest of this year and into next year. Why carbon neutrality first? We have been researching sustainability-related issues at the department, and in particular in the zoning division, for several years since Zone Green, a project that in 2012 that I'll talk about in a few slides. And with this foundation in place, we are really ready to advance this work first. Additionally, many of the elements of this proposal are urgently needed. Delivering zoning relief to home and building owners who are trying to undertake smart retrofit projects to cut energy costs and help the environment, but are prevented from doing so because of zoning. Finally, I'd just say that City of Yes for carbon neutrality is not the last word on sustainability. Sustainable practices are deeply embedded in our planning work for decades at the Department of City Planning, and will continue to be present in all of our working, in all of our work, including in economic opportunity and housing opportunity as those projects come before you in the coming months. I first want to frame our conversation. Why are we even talking about carbon? It's really important to emphasize that we are facing a climate catastrophe, a climate emergency, and it's largely fueled by global carbon dioxide emissions. Carbon dioxide makes up the vast majority of the United States' greenhouse gas emissions, 80% in 2019. And carbon dioxide generally comes from human activity, specifically the combustion of fossil fuels like diesel, gasoline, natural gas, and home heating oil. In 2016, the world community joined together to sign the Paris Agreement, a vision to curtail human greenhouse gas emissions in order to limit overall global warming to 2 degrees Celsius and thus prevent further catastrophic environmental change, prevent further environmental damage associated with climate change. Here in New York City, we've been implementing this vision through a number of initiatives under the umbrella of achieving carbon neutrality by reducing the city's emissions 80% by 2050, or 80 by 50 for short. To begin, what are we talking about, at least from the Department of City Planning side, when we're talking about a carbon neutral city? What is a carbon neutral city? It's a city where we focused on reducing operational carbon emissions. Those are the carbon emissions we emit every day just to run the city, in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement. It's a city where we first reduced our energy needs. And to do this, we will need to retrofit almost every building in the city to become highly efficient and reduce wasted energy. This is critical. The second is that the second component of a carbon neutral city is that it's a city where we've cleaned the energy grid. In particular, we've switched the source of electricity in our grid from fossil fuel powered facilities to renewables like solar and wind. And thirdly, it's a city where we've electrified all of our remaining energy needs. That includes our vehicles and our buildings as well. And this means moving away from fossil fuel fired furnaces and boilers to newer electrically powered technologies for heating and cooling, specifically heat pumps. And as you can see from this chart here, from the roadmap to 80 by 50, the key driver of our city's carbon emissions by far is the building sector. And of course, there's a big relationship between our buildings and the zoning laws that govern them. When it comes to our research at the department, we're building on a strong foundation. I mentioned Zone Green. So 10 years ago, in 2012, or 11 years ago now, the department issued Zone Green, the first comprehensive overhaul of our zoning to support emerging green technologies like rooftop wind and solar. We were dipping our toe in the water, but we could have gone further. In some ways, you can think of our research now as a follow-up to Zone Green, a chance to revisit it 10 years later, to update it, and to adjust it in light of the many technological and legal changes that have occurred since. And these include, of course, since 2016, the focus on decarbonization as a specific sustainability objective coming from the Paris Agreement and 80 by 50. But it also includes a chance to incorporate feedback from architects, engineers, and advocates about issues they've identified and ideas for improvements that they've presented, exemplified here on this slide by the Zone Greener report issued in 2018 by the Urban Green Council. This also includes updating our zoning to reflect the Climate Mobilization Act at the city level. In particular, its hallmark is Local Law 97, which will impose strict fines on large buildings which do not reduce their carbon emissions, as well as the CLCPA at the state level, which in particular set ambitious solar and energy storage goals for the city. All of this leads to our work leading up to City of Yes for carbon neutrality, which is a chance to respond to the moment by removing zoning impediments to urgently needed retrofitting work, solar installations, energy storage, and electric vehicle charging. Development on this proposal began in March when Mayor Adams announced his vision for a City of Yes and those 3 different research streams that I touched on at the beginning. Since then, the teams conducted extensive outreach, and in particular with practitioners and other subject matter experts to help us ensure that this proposal will be helpful to those who are trying to add solar, EV chargers, or heat pumps to their homes and businesses. Now, DCP is sometimes criticized for not sharing enough information about what we're working on until it's in the public review process, which we are in now. But to make good on our promise to do better, we have held 4 open to the public info sessions on the research as it stood, 2 in October of last year and 2 in March of this year, to which our chair, Dan Grodnick, invited all community board chairs and encouraged them to share this information on these events with their boards. Also in March, we partnered with the Urban Green Council, a recognized leader in climate work in New York City, to convene a group of technical and policy experts to review an initial draft of the proposal to validate the climate goals we're trying to support, as well as the solutions we're putting forward in this proposal. Along the way, we've been asking experts, nonprofit leaders, and advocates, what do you need to do to help achieve our climate goals, our collective climate goals as a city? And then, how has zoning helped or how has it hurt those efforts? Meeting the challenge of our climate crisis is a massive undertaking. And through our engagement over the last year, we've identified a number of ways that zoning, of all things, amongst this large range of issues, can help support this effort. And tonight, we'll review 4 key goals the proposal seeks to support, as well as the 17 specific zoning changes we've identified to support those goals. The first goal is supporting the decarbonization of our city's energy grid. So first, I just want to emphasize, illustrated on this slide are initiatives already underway at the city or state level. These are not part of our zoning proposal. These are the context in which our planning work is situated. By 2040, New York State is legally required to achieve a 100% renewably based energy grid. To support this, we will be developing large amounts of offshore wind and bringing in more clean hydroelectric power from upstate in Canada. However, this transition will need an all-hands-on-deck approach, and this includes putting all of our city's rooftops to work generating electricity across the city. To give you a sense of where we stand on rooftop solar, in 2016, we set a goal of getting to 1,000 megawatts of rooftop solar across the city by 2030. To date, all of the solar that's ever been installed in New York City has gotten us to around, based on some estimates, 300 or 400 megawatts. So that means that to meet our goal, our 2016 goal, we have 7 years to more than double the amount of solar installed in New York City. Now, to utilize energy from offshore wind and from rooftop solar, our energy grid will have to become smarter and more decentralized, with resources spread throughout the city instead of limited to utility sites in outlying areas. And to support this smarter, more fluid, more decentralized grid, we will need to rely on energy storage, which is essentially large batteries, which will act as the glue holding this grid of the future together. Now, given that context, here are 5 specific zoning proposals that we've identified that can support those goals and are amongst the 17 specific zoning changes that are part of the application that are before you. First, we can take a fresh look at our rooftop zoning allowances to ensure that there aren't any limitations holding us back from the solar goals that I was just telling you about. In many zoning districts across the city, for example, there are currently limits on the amount of the rooftop that can be covered by solar canopies. This proposal, City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality, will update those rules to ensure a roof can be completely covered by solar. Second, we need to take a similar approach with our city's 8,000 plus acres of open parking areas, ensuring that zoning is always set up to allow solar canopies over parking lots. Third, if you want to generate clean energy for utility customers elsewhere in your neighborhood through what's known as the Community Solar Program, zoning considers that a commercial use. Commercial uses are allowed in commercial and manufacturing districts, but are not allowed in residence districts. But we need to recognize that there are large residential campuses, hospitals, schools, and colleges, all located in residential districts, where community solar would be a great fit, and zoning needs to be updated to allow for this. Fourth, we need to ensure that safe FDNY and DOB-reviewed energy storage facilities are located where they are needed most. Energy storage is currently not allowed in residence districts where customers need access to clean and renewable energy. Zoning needs to be updated to add specific rules to address this new technology of energy storage and help facilitate its rollout across the city. Finally, fifthly, onshore wind faces strict limits in today's zoning without a relief valve for sites where proposals may be appropriate. This zoning proposal will not change any of the rules for onshore wind, but it will create a new tool that could be used by future applicants to go through public review on a specific onshore wind facility through an authorization at the City Planning Commission. To be clear, this proposal itself does not change current height restrictions on wind turbines. It merely creates a pathway forward for future applications. Second goal we're looking to support relates to eliminating fossil fuels from our city's million-plus existing buildings, almost all of which will be around in 2050, when we need under our 80 by 50 rubric to achieve carbon neutrality. These buildings are by far the biggest source of our carbon dioxide emissions, and to improve, we'll need to retrofit virtually every single building to retire oil or gas-powered furnaces and boilers, replace them with new, highly efficient electric systems, and improve the efficiency of exterior walls, windows, and roofs to keep the heat and cool inside. Now, it's important to note here 2 laws adopted by the City Council in 2019 and 2021 that are crucial here. For large buildings, which under law are defined as buildings 25,000 square feet or greater, Local Law 97 will begin to impose fines on these buildings if they do not cut their carbon emissions. Fines will begin in 2025 based on performance next year, and they will increase through 2050. Second, Local Law 154 requires that all newly constructed buildings are electrified from the get-go. That's to say that fossil fuel-based equipment will no longer be allowed in new construction. Of course, it is allowed to remain in existing buildings. Now, I want to emphasize again that all of the things depicted on this slide, this goal 2, are not elements of the zoning proposal. They are the context in which our planning work is situated. The specific zoning proposals which we've put forth in the applications before you relate to supporting those goals in 3 key ways. The first is supporting electrification retrofits by recognizing that zoning can accommodate the increasing need for outdoor equipment such as heat pumps, which cannot be located in the building basements or cellars where the fossil fuel versions have been located for forever. By getting zoning out of the way, we'll give homeowners, architects, and engineers greater flexibility to navigate their best path forward on electrification. Second, zoning needs to ensure that where someone is trying to add thicker insulation, or even in some cases for large buildings, recladding their building by removing an old facade and replacing it with a new efficient one, that they don't run into zoning obstacles that prevent them from undertaking the project. And thirdly, we need to update an existing incentive that's on the books in Zone Green, known as the 2012 Zone Green Wall Thickness Deduction, which awards a small amount of additional floor area for buildings that exceed energy code, so they're better than code. We need to ensure that this incentive is updated to reflect the latest energy code and best practices for the future. Finally, it's really important to talk about cost, of course. Undertaking this work will not be free, but there are billions of dollars at the federal, state, and city level available to support it. And the key place to go to learn more about that is the New York City Accelerator, which is a program run out of the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice that can help you connect with technical and financial support. Before considering a project, definitely give New York City Accelerator a call. I can post links in the chat after the presentation, or you can navigate directly at accelerator.nyc. The third goal this project is looking to support, and again, these are elements of other policy that we're working within the context of, supporting the decarbonization of the vehicles in our city. So at a starting point, less than 1% of the 2 million private vehicles that are registered in New York City are zero emission. To help owners make the switch to electric, federal and state incentives are underway, but one key issue that zoning does touch on is where you can park and charge your vehicle. Addressing this need will be key to helping New Yorkers make the switch from internal combustion to electric vehicles. By 2035, New York State in Albany has indicated that all new vehicles sold in New York State will need to be zero emission. This will be a long-term transition, but we know that the future is electric and more vehicles will be electric, and we will need places to charge them. And finally, we at City Planning also recognize that the future isn't simply focused on vehicles. The more trips that can be taken by bicycle, scooter, or on foot, or by transit, the better for the health and environment of our city. So within that context, 5 specific zoning changes that are in the proposal before you tonight relate to decarbonizing our vehicles in these following ways. The first is by expanding the number of zoning districts that allow commercial charging facilities. You may be familiar with Tesla supercharging sites. These are essentially, regardless of the proprietary brand, these are open to the public facilities that resemble in some ways gas stations. They are parking lots where any member of the public can come in, plug in, and charge. These are currently prohibited under zoning in about half of the city's commercial districts, and this proposal will streamline this, expanding the acreage of commercially zoned land in the city by allowing vehicle charging stations in all commercial districts across the city. Second, zoning can allow building owners to designate a portion of their existing parking spaces to be offered up as public EV charger sharing spaces. The same rules that currently apply today for car sharing vehicles in existing parking garages or lots. Third, zoning can allow for more flexible use of public parking lots and public parking garages and commercial accessory parking facilities by allowing car rental, car sharing, commercial vehicle storage, as well as public EV charging, all to co-locate in these facilities as well. Fourth, zoning can expand special rules that currently only apply in Manhattan, as well as the Long Island City parking area, to allow for indoor automated parking facilities to be available to everyone citywide so that where an architect wants to propose an automated parking facility, they are able to do so under our zoning. And fifth, we can update our parking rules to acknowledge the need for public bicycle parking and allow bicycle parking facilities in commercial districts. And our last goal that I'll go over tonight relates to decarbonizing our solid waste and stormwater streams. First, we can reduce stormwater runoff by promoting greater permeability on site. This means less water flowing into energy-intensive treatment plants, and thus the carbon emissions associated with that. Second, we can reduce the energy associated with hauling and processing garbage by reducing the amount of it. Up to 45% of our waste stream is organic material that doesn't need to be going to landfill and can be reused within the city. And third, we can reduce the carbon emissions associated with our food by promoting more local food production on our city's rooftops. So to support those goals, here are 4 specific zoning changes we've identified and which are before the board. The first relates to porous paving or permeable paving. We can clarify zoning's paving rules to ensure that permeable paving, which allows water to infiltrate into the soil right where it falls, is always allowed. Currently, textual ambiguities in the zoning text make it difficult, if not impossible, to specify permeable paving. Second, we can update our zoning street tree requirements to allow for new high-performance tree bed types, such as connected tree beds, which are larger than your typical tree bed and host multiple trees, as well as rain gardens, also known as bioswales. Third, our zoning resolution doesn't even have in its 4,000 plus pages of text the words recycling or composting. And it's over time to add specific rules clarifying where these uses are allowed to help these sectors grow. And finally, and lastly, rooftop greenhouses are allowed on top of non-residential buildings. But to build one, current rules require you to obtain a certification from the chair of the City Planning Commission. By streamlining this requirement, we will allow DOB to review applications for building permits and cut costs and simplify the process for those looking to grow food on their community's rooftops. So that concludes our overview of the 17 specific zoning changes we've identified to help support the larger project, a global project really, of decarbonizing, and in New York City, of decarbonizing our city to keep it clean, healthy, and equitable for the years to come. I will just want to quickly go over the process here as a citywide zoning text amendment. This process will continue for the next several months. All 59 community boards are concurrently reviewing this proposal, as well as borough boards and borough presidents. In July, the City Planning Commission will hold a public hearing to which all of you are welcome to join and provide testimony beyond the resolution that you adopt, taking into account all of the changes that are recommended. In August, the commission will meet to vote on making modifications to the proposal, adopting it, and then passing it on to the city council, where the council will then have 50 days to ultimately adopt the zoning changes and make them law. So with that, I thank everyone for their time and their interest, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, before we go to board member questions, Lisa, I want to ask you, do you have anything to say before we go to questions?
They came to the land use committee and the land use committee unanimously voted in favor. And so it's a great opportunity for us to support a fantastic initiative. So, but I do have a question, but I'll defer that question unless you want to let me take it now.
That will go in order. I just
okay, fine.
We'll start with Benji.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions. Question number one, why is there not a goal number one of reducing New York City carbon consumption? Personally, that really worries me because there is no path to net zero without a serious decrease of energy consumption, no matter what the origin. We still need to plow the ocean, raise mountains to build solar panels and so on. Question two, why is there one of the early goals that mentioned the use of the little green space that we have in New York City? In the waste stream, you mentioned porous pavement, which is a really important and great solution. I'm 100% behind that. But I think we need to consider also all of the park, DOT, and etc. land that is not concreted, because that is a potentially carbon negative thing that we have. I really have a problem with goal 3. I think it's a gigantic maladaptive goal. Cars are not the solution. New York City is a gigantic hyperdense city. We need more public transportation. And then, yeah, that's lastly is what is the date? Is there a date that has already been announced for that public meeting? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Benji, for those questions. Going in backwards order, on the date, the public hearing, I believe, is going to be calendared for July 26th. If there is any change in that, I will, of course, or I'll have, or Teal will reach out to you and let you know. And then the vote in late August, I understand, is not optimal time for folks. And so that we've been discussing recently postponing that into September so that there's greater possibility for participation. So I believe that will be September 13th at a special meeting of the City Planning Commission, Wednesday, September 13th. Again, if there's any changes in those dates, we'll of course let you all know. On EVs and private vehicles not being the solution, I completely and wholeheartedly agree that moving towards transit, walking and biking are ultimately what we need to be doing as a city and as a global population. I think that the roadmap to 80 by 50 recognizes that we have a problem, which is that there already are 2 million private vehicle users in the city. And while we need to work on multiple fronts to get more mode shift towards bikes, walking and transit, there is a reality that there are private vehicle users in the city who we need to get those vehicles replaced with electric vehicles. I understand a lot of the concerns surrounding electric vehicles, you know, in the vein of your comment, and I appreciate that. Thirdly, on permeability, I'm not 100% sure I understood. So maybe, if you wouldn't mind clarifying, I'd be happy to take another stab at this. But I understand that you're saying that we need to work with the departments of Parks and Recreation and DOT to really take another look at the hard surfacing in their facilities and shift those over to permeability, which, you know, I completely understand and hear that. We have been working with our sister agencies, our partner agencies on these initiatives, and that specifically I'll be happy to bring back. And then on embodied carbon, I think what I can offer is that I hear you. I think that is a great criticism, not just of this proposal, but of the larger roadmap to 80 by 50, is that it doesn't do enough on embodied carbon emissions. So for everyone's benefit, operational carbon emissions, these are the things that sort of happen every day when people are heating up water for their shower or turning on the air conditioner to cool their homes, taking a car to work. Embodied carbon emissions, these are the things that happen in the production of the building materials that we use to build our buildings, and also in the construction process itself. I'm hoping that we can move further on embodied carbon in successive initiatives. I think one of the reasons that roadmap to 80 by 50 since 2016 has really focused on operational carbon emission reductions is because some of the things we need to do that are a lot clearer. On the embodied side, there are movements towards things like low carbon concrete, that you know, the science and the technology is advancing rapidly, and I'm optimistic that we'll see more interesting proposals there. But I do recognize that is a shortcoming, really, of the operational decarbonization program. So I hear you, and I appreciate that comment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Steve?
Yeah, I'm not sure that this question is properly placed here or with the rest of the presentation, but we've got neighborhoods in New York City that are different. And when you start doing citywide solutions, sometimes I have a problem with that. As an example, I would love to put the solar panels on my roof, but I'm in a landmark area. My recollection is that quite a few of those 2 million units that you referred to before that have to all be electrified are in landmark areas, which means not only can't they put solar on their roof, but they can't charge their vehicles because their vehicles are parked on New York City streets, only when they're allowed, actually. How do we work this for these these small neighborhoods. You know, when I lived in Manhattan, I could take a bus anytime. Living in Queens, very often you can't. In fact, they don't even run the bus all night, I don't believe. And they certainly, when they do run them, it's a once an hour or once a half an hour rather than once every 10 minutes, like it was on 2nd and 3rd Avenue when I lived there. How do we deal with that? How do we really expect to reach these goals without major changes in the way the city operates?
I hear you, and absolutely, retrofitting buildings, I think, is sort of one of the key aspects of what you're bringing up. Is sort of, to my mind, sort of a boggling and a massive scope of a project. There are 1 million buildings in New York City. That's sort of a common figure that gets thrown around, and most of them, if not all of them, will be in existence in 2050. And so making sure that those buildings are ready to meet the climate neutrality goals is going to involve a lot of retrofitting activity. There are one thing I usually offer up as sort of a reassurance is that LPC's rules continue to apply. Nothing in this proposal changes LPC's review process. So where people are making retrofits to their buildings in landmarked, in historic districts or on landmarked buildings, LPC review continues to ensure that is done sensitively. There is a lot of retrofitting work that can be done in kind, maintaining the character of buildings and also internally. But I would also note that, you know, it is difficult in those contexts to retrofit. And I would just say that in our work with LPC developing our side of this proposal, the zoning proposal, I was really impressed that LPC is and currently on Earth Day, I think, issued draft rules, which are now being reviewed, that would increase the number of types of projects that could receive staff review, and would also clarify the rules by which things like solar and in-kind window replacements and things like that can occur. And I think that those kinds of changes from our partner agencies will be really helpful in making sure that the retrofitting process can happen as promptly and as easily as possible. But I think it's a really excellent question. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Sheila?
Sorry about that. Sheila here. I have a couple of questions. As you know, throughout the city, there are still a number of single, 2, 4, 6 family homes. And in reading through this proposal, outside of allowing for a lot more of this kind of retrofitting in landmark districts, I didn't see anything that might help incentivize this for these types of homes. I mean, and this goes across communities of color when you get into parts of Bed-Stuy, when you go out to Canarsie. So if this is a citywide proposal, you know, these are large part of the homes or the places people live in New York City. Is there anything in here to help with that? I have a number of other questions, and I know I limit it. I get it, Danielle, because I know I can go on a long time.
Well, hopefully I can answer promptly. We can get in some of the other questions. Yes, when it comes to incentives, there are a lot of different things going on, many of which exist outside of the zoning proposal. In fact, there's so many that it's hard for me to keep up with them and share them.
Most families don't qualify for them in New York City. And so if we're serious about getting in that direction, I hope the city will also, like, I don't see that this is a vision for the future. So part of the vision should be also to have solar or you know, different types of systems within people's homes, demand water, you know, hot water, like, but if, you know, similar to our concept of affordability, you have to make so little money to qualify for anything that you really can't afford to live in New York City. So I'm just asking the mayor to have a vision to help middle class, which technically is poor in New York City, afford to be part of a solution for the city. So just putting that forward. And I'll only ask 2 more. I was happy to see the retrofitting changes, whether they're for commercial or residential. I think more commercial. But how does that intersect with the LEED requirements?
It's a great question. LEED is sort of like a parallel process. What we're doing in this zoning text amendment is, and I should emphasize from the get-go, we in this zoning text amendment are not imposing new requirements on anyone. There are no aspects of the zoning that are punitive or requiring people to update or upgrade or change how they design. What we're trying to do is increase the flexibility to align with what other requirements, particularly more stringent energy code and local law 97 and local law 154 are requiring.
I'm gonna jump to the so not to cut you off, but I think we got that part. But like
Great.
the to be specific, if when the city invests over a certain amount of money in a building, then it triggers LEED requirements. And so, but some of the things in this vision, like not having to have those thick walls or things like that, is somewhat counter to the triggered LEED requirement. And so I'm just looking for the flexibility, especially if we're looking at smaller buildings or making sure that this isn't exclusive to large residential or large commercial development, that we open this up to small businesses that may own buildings. So that's LEED is LEED. If you know that's the LEED Gold, LEED Silver. It has to do with
It's leadership and energy efficient design. I could be wrong. But,
so yeah, so and I will, you know, that's I have other questions, but the third one I kind of want to bring in, and maybe I'll email you a whole bunch of other ones. Has to do with, I don't see, I'm looking for something in here that has to do with waste. You know, my fellow board member, Benjamin Lucas brought up the idea, the whole thing of consumption. And, you know, and so as a consumptive populace, that's not just us, I really look to another form of getting forms of energy from our waste, the human waste, which guess what we create every single day, or trying to de-incentivize, I don't know what the proper term is exactly, the consumerism that's filling our landfills. You know, there's just so many opportunities, and there is technology to get energy from our waste. And we're not incorporating that. And that is something we generate every day. We don't need to dig it up like you have to do for minerals and things to create batteries. We don't have to find a new way to store it. So there's not that, you know, there are safety issues on you know, tapping that energy. But is there any discussion about using what we create every single day?
There's some experimental technology there. It's kind of a deep dive. I'd be happy to, you know, you had
But is it
mentioned sending.
But is it in this vision? If we're trying to get us all to be part of a solution, why isn't it in this vision?
In the zoning text amendment, the type of equipment you're talking about that can harvest heat from domestic waste in a building is part of accessory mechanical equipment. The zoning does address it and would allow for it to be
domestic waste and human waste.
That's right. That is technology that is still being developed and isn't necessarily ready from a building code perspective, but zoning is preset to allow for that. You also mentioned incentives before, and city-owned buildings, and I don't want to lose that point.
Not just city-owned buildings, city investment in buildings.
Exactly.
But those can be two different things.
Exactly. And those rules were updated recently in March to require more stringent requirements than LEED. LEED remains a path. And so we have, as part of the zoning text amendment, you know, I mentioned an incentive. Really, the only incentive we can offer in zoning is floor area. And since 2012, as part of the Zone Green project, have provided an incentive. It's a small amount of square footage for buildings that have high performing exteriors. So exterior walls that are better in terms of heat transmission than energy code requires. And as part of this proposal, and I'd be happy to pull up slides, we can go into more detail, but we are proposing to update that and change it from looking exclusively at exterior wall performance to a holistic building performance. And as part of that change, we are looking to align, the proposal aligns that incentive and its criteria to precisely the city-owned and city-financed requirements of local laws 61 and 62 of 2016, I think it was, and as amended this year. So it is this project is aligned with those requirements, which require really low energy usage per square foot in those buildings.
Yeah, I'll get
Really
your email address from Teal so I can follow
great.
up on some of
Yeah,
your.
happy to follow up and answer your questions. Thanks so much. Thanks for so many great questions.
Sorry, thanks, Sheila. Anatol?
Hi, thanks for coming and making a great presentation. I really appreciate the big swing here. Just so a clarification question and a request. The clarification question is for goal 3. You're saying that the scope for this particular initiative is to manage and decarbonize the cars already that exist in the city and use it there, right?
That's right. We realize that the current projections are that to meet 80 by 50, at least 40% of the vehicles that exist today have to be swapped out with internal combustion, with EVs or zero emission vehicles of some kind. And so recognizing that, we're trying to support people finding places to charge their cars off street, since that is what zoning regulates. DOT regulates the on-street charging program. And to support that, we're proposing as part of this proposal to increase underzoning where off-street charging is allowed.
Great, that makes sense. And my request would be an e-bike tax rate. An e-bike tax rebate. Every city that's done this, they sell out in minutes, if not hours. So a city level e-bike tax rebate would only make seems like it would be a natural extension of decarbonization.
I would absolutely agree with that, and happy to take that back. I know the mayor's office is leading up a lot of work on e-bike safety and programs associated with that, so happy to bring that back. Thank you.
Thanks, Anatol. Laura?
Yeah, I have another clarification question on goal 3. You mentioned that there are about 2 million cars registered in New York City, but there are over 5,300,000 parking spots already, 1.5 parking spots for every registered car, and 75% at least of our public space is occupied by vehicle parking. So why are we waiting to abolish parking minimums in new construction in New York City?
That is a great question. There is a lot of work that goes into reducing or eliminating parking requirements, and it's something that the department has committed to studying and is currently studying in one of the successive City of Yes text amendments, City of Yes for Housing Opportunity. One of the reasons that City of Yes for Housing Opportunity is going to be coming before the board next year, at least as part of the public review process, is that it requires, in order to study comprehensively changes to our parking minimums, a very rigorous environmental review of the impacts of those changes. And that process has a very long time frame that will lead between the mayor announcing City of Yes in last March all the way through to next year. So during the course of the next several months, you'll be hearing about scoping meetings for City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, as well as public info sessions on that proposal. There will be parking changes in that proposal. Why are they not in this project? Is a great question. A lot of other cities, when they do comprehensive decarbonization plans, one of the first things they do is tackle parking minimums, either reduce or eliminate them. One of the sort of strategic decisions made early on, especially given that we have three City of Yes initiatives coming through, is to get some of these sort of zoning relief for retrofitting out there and in the hands of home and building owners ASAP. That's partly because energy costs are rising. People want to make energy smart decisions like installing heat pumps, and they've been prohibited from doing so by zoning. That's also because larger building owners are facing the time frame of Local Law 97. So sort of like part one here is this project and its zoning relief, and the parking minimums discussion, public conversation, and environmental review will all happen in the coming months as part of CBS for Housing Opportunity. But it's an excellent point, and I hope that's helpful.
I mean, the other things are like, as retrofits, I completely understand. As the board, we already request these things when we have ULURPs that have parking minimums, because that's the current framework. But we very quickly need a new framework so that we're not operating within the current constraints, because we're just continuing to build mistakes, basically, that lock us into emissions, traffic violence, higher housing costs, and so many other negative impacts. This really should not require additional review when we can see the negative environmental consequences every day. We live them.
As a planner, I completely agree, and I appreciate that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Lisa.
Yeah, I really have just a very small question / comment. I've heard a lot of talk lately about this idea of double dipping, where someone wants to charge their electric car in a parking lot, but they have to pay to get into the parking lot in order to charge their car for free. And so I just wanted to, have you talked about that? Do you have any, it's great for city planning to get rid of an obstacle, but you get rid of an obstacle and someone monetizes their ability to, to charge vehicles. So could you answer that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. So on the public parking lot and public parking garage front, those are regulated by DCWP, Department of Consumer and Worker Protections. And we've been, as part of this broader project, liaising with our partner agencies and with the mayor's office about what are opportunities and regarding precisely what you're talking about, which is some people even characterize it as gouging. I don't know if I want to go that far, but in order to charge. Ultimately, that's going to be like a team effort and not just limited to the zoning proposal. But what the zoning proposal does seek to do to alleviate some of those issues is, outside of the public parking lots and public parking garages, create those two other categories of public EV charging that I was describing. So one is the sort of gas station of the future model, where people aren't parking their cars, so they're not paying a parking fee. They are literally parking there exclusively to charge, and then they have to leave. That model of that sort of gas station of the future is something that we are trying to further enshrine in the zoning and allow in all commercial and manufacturing districts without limitation. So we'll see more of them. And then the public EV charging, EV charger sharing. So that's not in public parking lots, not in public parking garages, but in the existing parking spaces that exist today that are not public parking lots and garages. Those are like the required parking facilities that are accessory to residential buildings, community facilities, malls, office buildings. Create an allowance in zoning so that owners can set aside a portion, a small portion, not exceeding 20% of those spaces to be offered up as public EV charging. And in that case, that would just operate as sort of a micro gas station of the future, where people are not parking their cars long term. They're not paying a parking rate. They're simply parking there to charge. So hopefully that helps. I know there are a lot of different parking typologies, and we're really trying to make headway there by easing up the zoning path for those other two typologies. Hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, I mean, that's helpful. I mean, I asked Teal this question, which is about, why can't all parking meters be combo charging stations? And she said, well, that's DOT's, domain. And so I think there's, zoning can just open up so much, but, the ability for people to access all this, the cost of retrofitting and, the devil is in those details. Zoning can only do so much.
I completely agree. Zoning can only do so much. And we have been working with DOT throughout this process. And you're absolutely right that, they regulate the on-street charging, but we're working with them. Hopefully we'll see more uptake and more chargers at the curbside, and completely agree. Probably should get a t-shirt. Zoning can only do so much. I think my colleagues would really appreciate that back in the zoning division. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Lisa. Caroline?
Hey, thank you for the presentation. I was wondering, in developing the city of Yes, with the push for EVs, if you discuss the increased weight of EVs on our infrastructure, like the BQE is crumbling, parking garages are collapsing. If we make this giant push to much heavier vehicles, has there been talk with DOB about, certifying these older buildings and the effects on our highways and streets?
It's a great question, and something that really came onto my radar. I'm not a structural engineer by training, but I came onto my radar obviously with the parking garage collapse last month. We've talked with DOB, and I think that one of there's just a twofold problem. One is that there are structurally unsound buildings and structures, and that's like a holistic problem. It's a problem absent EVs. It could be seen to be exacerbated by EVs, and making sure that where there are structurally unsound buildings that they're addressed is that's definitely a holistic problem. That's also something that zoning can't address. Typically, my understanding, and again, I'm not a structural engineer, so I'm kind of offering this up anecdotally, is in our conversations that most good parking facilities are designed with factors of safety that account for fairly large gross weight of vehicles, recognizing that there could be a large SUV or a large pickup truck that's going to park in that same space, and that overall the parking deck needs to be designed to accommodate a wide range of static loads. So my understanding is that EVs are well within those factors of safety, but that does not address, really to your point, I think, the fact that there are a lot of buildings out there that are in poor shape, and that that's a point well taken.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Okay, Benji, I'm going to let you ask another question, but then I think we're going to stop on questions and move to public comment.
Thanks so much. Just quickly, because I think I didn't realize that earlier. Is part of the proposal, so part of the proposal is to provide electricity for the cars. And then you mentioned a gas station-like arrangement. I'm not sure how that's going to work. 800,000 cars, 40% of the 2 million or so cars in New York City. So that's 800,000 EVs to charge in gas station-like facilities. Do we have even enough space without blowing up any building in New York City to provide that? Because 800,000 cars, that takes a lot of space. And then there is where people work, and then at home. So really it's 1.6 million spaces that these cars need to be able to park and charge. That's really a lot of floor space. So yeah, I don't know anything about civil engineering and all of that, but I'm kind of concerned about that.
I hear you. I think that one thing I would note is that typically those sort of gas station-like arrangements operate at much faster charging capacity. Those are these level 3 charging stations that have much higher kilowatts that they put out, and the batteries in those cars charge much faster. Those facilities have much higher throughput, so they really do resemble, from a land use, something more akin to a gas station. Cars aren't dwelling there for long periods of time. Level 2 charging is also part of the background of this proposal, and really when we're talking about the sort of overnight charging in existing parking facilities where cars are already dwelling overnight, that's really level 2 charging, which is much less intensive on the grid, and takes somewhere between 8 and 12 hours to fully charge a car. So it's kind of like a multi-pronged approach, that you're going to have level 2 charging facilities for the sort of routine, predictable charging needs of the city population, and that's going to be in the spaces that exist today. And then those level 3 charging facilities are really going to be for unexpected charging needs, out of city travelers, things like that, just the way the gas stations function today, and in roughly similar land use footprint as well. It's a great question, and hopefully that helps. We're recognizing that the charging question is going to take multiple angles.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Warren, go ahead.
Hopefully it won't sound silly. This is a comment and possibly a question to piggyback on what Sheila said about the cost. These plans are great, but there's a cost associated with the conversion And there are many people, including myself very soon, who will be on a fixed income. So as the city moves towards these plans, and I'm sure there'll be greater enforcement, that how is that cost going to impact those who are on fixed incomes? And as I look through New York City Accelerator, there's a percentage of interest, which is relatively low, but as interest rates rise, will that impact the interest to get a loan to convert my home? Because right now, maybe 2%, but is that going to be fixed 2 or 3 years if I move forward with a loan? So it's something to consider as it impacts different communities, like in Brownsville, Bed-Stuy, East New York, where there's homeowners, but they're very fixed on what they can spend. And there need to be a minimal cost or some type of subsidy to assist in these conversions. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. And thanks for raising that. Accelerator has a wide range of tools that they can point folks to. That includes low interest financing. That is not the only tool. I think that's what you're referring to. But there are other tools out there. There are grants. There are also new things that are made possible by the recent passage of New York State's Environmental Bond Act. And things associated with that are still being developed. So those are new tools that are coming out. Tax abatements, whether property or property tax abatements, income tax credits, and grants are all tools that the accelerator can provide or point you to. So there are many options out there, but I recognize that financing something still requires a big financial dedication of financial assets. So I hear that. I understand. I'm happy, of course, and I will be sharing all of your feedback with the whole team back at City Planning and also with our partners in the mayor's office. And I will absolutely re-emphasize the need for support for those on fixed incomes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren?
Okay, just piggybacking off of what Davis and Sheila have said, but coming at it from a different angle, what kind of discussions or concerns have been raised about the building retrofits being major capital improvements, the cost of which would then be passed on to rent-regulated tenants who are already struggling to pay their rent?
My understanding, and I do not have specific legal expertise here, but my understanding is that recent changes to rent stabilize and rent control laws do not make those types of retrofits eligible. But I happy to consult with our council and better understand that and bring that back to you, or check that, make sure that that's right. But that is my understanding, has been throughout the process of developing the project.
Yeah, that would be great if you could confirm.
It's a great question and obviously a major concern. So thank you for raising it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Thanks. Niles, can you put your contact information in the chat or share it with Debbie so that some of our board members can email you?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Anatole, do we have any public comment on this?
Nope.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So we will be voting on this in the next part, in the business part of the meeting, and go from there. Thank you so much for coming in and presenting to us.
Well, thank you very much. It really was a pleasure hearing all of your really thoughtful questions and hearing all the great things you had to say. It really was a wonderful experience. So thanks for having me.
Thanks. Okay. And with that, we are going to move to the business section of the meeting where we vote and have our reports. And we're going to start with attendance.
All right, and please correct me if I get any of the names wrong. So Amparo Abelbey.
Present.
Nelly Afshar.
Present.
Present.
Anatole Asheroff.
Present. John Bahia is excused. And Anne-Marie Baranowski.
Present.
Kushia.
Here.
Made it. Nick Berkowitz is excused. Sandra Pagishka is excused. Kat Bloomfield.
She's excused. I think she said she was sick.
Danielle Brecker.
Present.
Carlos Castelcroak.
Did not see him. Absent.
Tanya Chavez.
Present.
Osman Chaudhary.
Present.
Stephen Cooper.
Present.
Kelly Craig.
Present.
Warren Davis.
Here.
Lisa Deller.
Here.
Maury Gallinoy.
Here.
Someone at the community.
I believe he's absent.
Dr. Roz.
I'm here, thank you.
Neil Gray.
Here.
Kenny Greenberg is excused. Muhammad
Kenny
Hussain.
Greenberg is here. He's here. Kenny?
Oh, he's here. Okay.
Kenny?
Yes. Hello. Here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. I have you marked down. Muhammad Hussain.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Yep. Christine Hunter is excused. Lillian Kendall.
Here.
Wildern Khan.
Absent.
Diana Kitchler.
Here.
Pramit Kumar.
Present.
Shimang Lama.
I'm here. Thank you.
Jill Lewandowski.
I'm excused.
I will count you present that you say excuse.
You're present.
Benjamin Lucas.
Yes.
Patrick Martinez.
Yep, I'm here.
Tom Latusis.
Thank you, I'm full present.
Eric Narberg.
Present.
Megan O'Neill.
Absent.
Absent. Zisha Not.
Here.
Riley Owens.
I'm here.
Clara Rose is excused. Umaya Saab.
Present.
Roberto Soldano.
Present.
Laura Shepard.
Present.
Ryan Smith.
Present.
Caroline Spitzer.
Present.
One Spinner is excused.
No,
Funso
I'm
Tashi.
here. I was able
No,
to make
Oh,
it.
Lauren's
sorry.
here.
Sorry.
I was able to
Lauren's
make
here.
it. Thank you.
No worries.
Lauren's present.
You are also present and excused if you wish to be nominated. Funso Tashi.
I believe he's absent.
Kello Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. I am here.
Mary Torres.
Hi, everyone. I'm here with the meteorological summer cold. Happy Pride, everyone.
Feel better.
Thank you.
You are
Letitia Vasquez.
Do not see her. Letitia? Absent.
Frank Wu.
Absent.
Frank's not on the board anymore.
Yes, he is.
Yes,
Yes, he is.
Didn't he resign?
he didn't officially. So
No,
it's a
not-
question, Lisa, that I have.
And Kalsang Yatnanso.
he's not here for the board, but he did represent Julie Wan, so we have to clarify that now.
Yes, she needs to resign.
I think we have quorum.
Yes, we do.
Great, thank y'all. Okay, we're gonna go to approval of the May minutes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the May 2023 minutes.
Is there a second?
I will second it.
Wait a second, who made the motion?
I did. Amparo made the motion.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Who seconded it?
Caroline seconded it.
I thought
Okay.
Sheila did.
I had my hand up and she said it, so how about we say Caroline, Sheila said, seconded.
Oh, perfect.
Is there anyone that is abstaining?
But can I just clarify that was that last final version? Because
That went out.
Great, no, that's the one we're voting.
Yes, that's the one you're voting on.
Thank you.
Yeah,
The
but
changes,
could
yes.
you, what were the changes? Because I went and read the one before the revision and now I gotta read another.
There was like a
12-page
name spelled
document again.
incorrectly. There were just a couple,
There were a few minor things.
Yeah, there's a fair that needs to be F-A-I-R-E, not F-A-I-R. And that's in both versions.
We'll make that correction, Ross.
Okay, is anyone opposed? Okay,
Looks like it's unanimous.
great. Okay, with that, we are going to my chairperson's report, and I am going to talk very quickly because I have a lot to get through. So I want to start by welcoming, as we have done in the last few meetings, all the new members who aren't really so new anymore. But I am going to go through the list of committee assignments. I know some aren't here, and we are going to email this. We were trying to get it out before this meeting, but that just couldn't happen. So I'm going to go through it very quickly. I am going to say what was said to me when I was a newbie on this board by then Chair Lisa Deller. She told us that the real work of a community board is not done in the full board meeting, but in the committee meetings. And that is the place where you go to actually do the work for the community. And I encourage all of you to go to the community meetings you're assigned to and to take an active role. And for some of you, you've indicated to me you'd like to be on more than one committee. I will be following up with you probably next week about that, but these are just the immediate assignments. There is one other announcement. We are going to combine the tech committee and the engagement and inclusion committee into one committee. And I am going to count on Anatole and Nick and Tanya and everyone on those committees to work together to have a really great mission to get more people involved, to get us very technologically advanced and do all those things. If anyone is interested in being on that committee, let me know and you can be added to that. And that is it. So I'm going to go through this. We're not going to do a welcoming introduction for everyone tonight because this is a long meeting, as I feel like I've said constantly this whole time. But when we do have our gathering all together, I believe on the 8th of July, we'll do some get to know each other games or things like that will be more fun, and we will hopefully all get to know each other in person and not on Zoom. Okay, so starting with environment, Nellie Afshar, sorry if I am pronouncing names wrong, I will get it right eventually, and Carlos Castel-Crope will be the new members of the environmental committee. So I hope you're happy about that. It's a great I'm going to tell you that all these committees are great because I think they are all great, but I do have to say in this district where we have a lot of environmental issues, it's a really important committee. Okay, arts and culture, Anne Marie Baranowski, and Eric Narberg, who was a public member and is now a full board member and was on arts and culture. And I know, Eric, that we're going to talk about other committees you might want to be on. So welcome, Anne Marie and Eric. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to do this in order. Okay, city services. So this was the committee I was first on when I came onto the board. This is a great committee. You'll get to learn about new bars and restaurants coming to the area. And this is the committee that will be taking up cannabis licenses. So it's an exciting place to be. So Mohammed Hassan and Megan O'Neill, who I don't think is here tonight, will be the new members of city services. Steve Cooper is the chair. And I think I'm actually still listed as co-chair, but Steve is the chair, and I'm sure we'll welcome you to the committee. The meeting, I think, is in another week. Okay, sorry. Okay, small business and local economy. So this is a committee that really needs some members to join and help out. It's a great committee. So our new members are Leland Candell, who I know owns a small business, and Kalsang Yangsto, which I know we need to work out that situation with Julie. Okay. Land use, we're welcoming Diana Kitchler and Prameet Kumar. I know Prameet, you were on another board, I think on land use, so, and we're excited to have both of you. There is going to be another member on land use added that we haven't quite figured out yet, so we will let you know when we have that. Okay. Transportation, we have Zishan Ott and Omaya Saab. There was a meeting this week that I think both of you were at. Welcome to the board and welcome to the Transportation Committee. And then Health and Human Services will be Leticia Vasquez, and that is the only addition there. So that is where we are. I also want to add that Dr. Roz will be now on the Transportation Committee as well. So that's where we are. And so welcome everybody. It's really, I'm really happy you're here. I don't always miss being in person, but it's times like this when I really do miss being in person. And I do have to say, I was put on the board and was on the board for like 2 years before I ever saw anybody in person. So I know it's hard, but we will all see each other on July 8th. And Tom Matusas, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Brecker. And it doesn't have to be addressed tonight, but I would like to ask of you that we maybe formalize our unhoused and sheltered task force. And I'm maybe a little disappointed that no one was appointed to that subcommittee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I like that idea. Why don't you and I talk about that? And because I agree, you know that I agree with you. So let's talk about that. I also just want to add that this is breaking news that Anne Marie Baranowski is going to also be on the Land Use Committee. We just worked that out in the chat. So welcome also to Land Use. Okay, Nellie.
Thank you, Chair Brecker. I'm excited about joining a committee, but question for you, is it possible to request to be on an alternate committee if we only have time for one committee?
Why don't you and I? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm echoing myself for some reason. Okay. You and I should talk. We can see what we can do. We're having I'll just be very honest. We're having a lot of problems with attendance to committee meetings. So I want to do what will get the most people to a committee meeting, but I don't know if I have, can you chat me your email address and I will write to you and we'll figure it out.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me know what committee you'd like to be part of and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyway, thank you all, and thank you for being here. So everybody knows we will continue to have meetings through June, and then we do have a break, kind of a break for July and August. There is the budget committee that will meet during that time, and I remind the chairs of committees that you are part of the budget committee. You do not need to, if there are 2 chairs, you don't need to both come. You can alternate or one of you can come, but I will remind you that that will be going on during the summer and that is a committee that all chairs of committees are part of. Lisa.
Yeah, for the budget committee, it would be great to have the tech and engagement committee do more outreach this year. I just want to, get a head start on that. We always talked about it, but I don't think, we tried doing a survey of community organizations last year. I think it would be good to kind of revisit that early so we're not running up against a deadline.
That's a great idea. We did have an executive committee meeting last night and talked extensively about the budget process. And I think that's a great idea because one of the concerns we had last year was that we did outreach. We didn't get a lot of response, but we maybe didn't fully do enough outreach. So that's great. Sorry, I have to say that just so you all know, it's hard for me to follow the chat and talk at the same time. So I will answer your questions, but probably not until after I'm done giving my report. Okay. I'm going to move on to talk about Pride. June is Pride Month. We have a bunch of events that are going to happen. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock, 40th and Lowry is Sunny Pride. And I'm actually going to ask Maury to talk about this for less than 2 minutes right now.
Yes. All right. So last year we did our first ever Sunny Pride with Sunnyside Shines. The community board and Sunnyside Shines co-sponsored it with Dirk, the director. It was a big, huge success. We only put it together in like 3 weeks, thanks to Caroline Spitzer here on the board, who came together and helped us. And then, of course, this year again, now it's going to be bigger and better. We've been planning it for months. It's tomorrow, and it starts at Lowry Plaza. We do a march and go up to 46th Street. There's going to be music and performances and artists, and there's going to be a fair and like a market. It starts at 6:30, Caroline, or 6?
Starts at 6 p.m. in Lowry Plaza, and then there'll be some speakers, and then there'll be a full community march where we all march together. It's not really a traditional parade. We all march together to Bliss Plaza, and then in Bliss Plaza, there's performances, and then an artist market on 46th Street, and then an after party at Alewife benefiting the Queens Center for Gay Seniors.
And it's all inclusive. Everyone is welcome. And we had a huge amount of people that just kind of came off the train last year. People planned to go. People came from all over the city. So we're expecting a really big event, and it's going to be a lot of fun. It was very, very fun. I have to say that. I'm not one who's big on a parade, but this is a fun one, and it's local.
Maury, I think you're big on parades. I feel like I'm always with you on celebratory things. But anyway, I do have to say the band last year was like amazing. It was the best band ever. Anyway, I'll be there, and I hope y'all can come and join us. Also, on Sunday is Queens Pride, the parade in Jackson Heights, and we are going to march. We are probably going to march with Senator Generis's team just because there's not a whole lot of them and there's not a whole lot of us. So it's more fun when you march together. But if anybody would like to march on Sunday, there is a sign up form that I'm hoping Anatole will put in the chat. And or you can just like say in the chat, you'll join us. The one thing I will say about Queens Pride is it's a little chaotic. Because I've marched in it before, and sometimes meeting up and figuring out where you're supposed to be is a little hard. So I may write you and ask you for your cell phone number so I can text you just so we can all be together. But please come join us. If you haven't marched in Queens Pride, it's like probably the most fun experience in New York City. Okay, and then one last thing I will mention very quickly. There will be a drag story hour at the Woodside Library on June 14th. At 12 noon, there is some reporting that there will be a hate group that will be protesting that. So if anybody, our friends in Jackson Heights will be coming to protect the people participating in that. Anybody in the community who wants to join them, they will be out there around 11. And if you want to know more about that, you can talk to me because I have more information. I hate to end on that sad note, so I hope that I will see you all tomorrow at Sunny Pride in our community. Okay, the last part of actually, before we go to that, I just want to say that I was out at Sunnyside Springs at the Community Board 2 table with a bunch of you. Anne Marie, I know you were there.
Long Island City Springs, Danielle.
Sorry, did I say something wrong? Oh my God.
On, down to the other subway. Keep coming.
Sorry, I've been up since 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So anyway, I was at LIC Springs, and Anne Marie, I know you were there before I got there. Thank you. Eric was like the trooper who I feel like was there all day in the pouring rain. But also Sheila was there, Dr. Roz, Kenny helped organize, and Mary just like did like all of the work. So I appreciate all of you who helped out and volunteered. And we had a really good response. Our swag is sort of beloved. They really like the water bottles and the bags. And we got to talk to a lot of people in the community and heard about a lot of different things going on. It was really, I think, very helpful to me to understand some of the issues and concerns. I do have to say, and I think maybe Mary, you have this too. I did get a terrible head cold after being out in the rain and was sick for like a week, but it was still, I think, so worth it. And I hope we can do it again next year. Okay, moving to the last item. So I know at our last meeting, we had an extensive discussion about what the board could do with the situation with Assembly Member Ardila in District 37. And the motion was tabled so that I could go to the lawyer and to COIB, which is the Conflict of Interest Board, to find out what we could legally do. I did that the Monday after the meeting. The borough president's lawyer told me that it was not in his purview. It was COIB who would make that call. So I then wrote to COIB. I laid out what the concern is. I laid out some of the ideas we discussed in the meeting. They promptly responded and told me that this was not a conflict of interest. I then actually, because I wanted to be very, very clear, wrote back to them and inquired just to make sure, to double check. And they wrote back to me and they said that any of our things that we had wanted to do were not conflicts of interest and we could proceed legally. So with that, Dr. Roz was so good, I should say our first vice chair, Dr. Roz, was so good to write a resolution that she shared with the executive committee last night that Anatol seconded and we voted in support of. And Dr. Roz is going to share that resolution. I will say that I think it's a good resolution that calls out the things we know, the facts we know, and how it impacts this board. And I think it's something we hopefully can all agree on. Dr. Roz is going to share her screen and share that resolution. I hope.
Actually, I think Anatol is going to display the resolution and I will read it.
We're doing that now?
Yep.
We are.
But I am going to read it.
Thank you.
Okay, so it starts out, whereas in response to accusations of sexual assault, which came out after his election, Assemblymember Juan Ardila has released non-specific public statements apologizing for, quote, past behavior, making it impossible for constituents to ascertain the truth. Whereas Assemblymember Ardila has failed to respond in a timely and public manner to the questions raised by Queen's CB2 members at our May full board meeting. Whereas Assemblymember Juan Ardila's district includes a large portion of Queen's CB2. Whereas Community Board 2 is deeply concerned that constituents are not receiving the representation they are due. Whereas at least 2 of Assemblymember Ardila's elected colleagues have reported to the board that they are unwilling to work with him and that he has not been fully engaged in legislative activities for which he was elected, and that, therefore, the district has suffered by his lack of effective advocacy. It is hereby resolved that Queen's CB2 takes this vote of no confidence in Assemblymember Ardila's ability to represent his constituents within CB2.
Thank you. Mary. I think you're on mute.
And I need to be off mute. Thank you. I know this is probably a formality, but can we be consistent with the pros? If we're going to type out Community Board 2, can we just type out Queens Community Board 2? And in the end, it says AM. Would we please edit that to read out Assembly Member?
I accept those as very friendly
just
amendments.
To be consistent.
Yes.
I know.
And I think we
I know what
need a
it's like to
second.
type these out, and I appreciate it's very concise and clear. I just think it might benefit to be consistent.
You're absolutely right. Roz, you accept that amendment?
Absolutely, and we do need a second, I think, before we even
Oh,
get
yes,
to
sorry.
this.
Do we have a second for this resolution?
Yes. Tom Matuzes.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay.
Now we're going to discuss. And now, Roz, do you accept the amendment?
Yes, I now accept that amendment.
Thank you for keeping us in line. Thank you.
Yes, and good call outs. Having written many resolutions, it's difficult. For me,
Yeah, Danielle, question for you. If there's no conflict of interest according to COIB, should we revert back to our initial stronger position and call for Ardilla to step down? I agree with everything that we're saying in this motion. Should we just add at the end and calls on Ardilla to step down?
so I personally agree with you, but in the interest of getting something done and passed, my belief is this is more palatable to the full board. I do not disagree with you, though, personally.
As the maker of the motion, I am, with respect, not going to accept it just for the kinds of reasons that Danielle stated. I think it would be a difficult position to put some of our members in who really don't even know Assemblymember Ardilla and may not know a lot of the history.
I don't know the rules of order very well, but is this something that we can just put to a vote? Or would that be a separate amendment and all that?
Steve. Is Steve here still?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes. A motion has been made and seconded. Pramit, you've offered an amendment to the motion, which has been rejected. You can make a motion after this motion is voted upon. But the rule of order would be that this motion gets discussed and voted on first, unless it's tabled.
Got it. So let's say we all accept this motion, it passes. Can I do a quick motion after that saying who's in favor of just adding and calls on Ardilla to step down? And if the majority accept it, then that passes? Is that how it works?
That would not be out of order. You could make that motion, yes.
Got it. Understood. Danielle, I'll defer to you. Do we want to get into that? Do we have time for that?
We really don't have time for that, but
Okay.
I'm
I'll
not
step
in a
back. I'll step
democracy, not going to ever tell someone no.
Yep. It's all good. I'll step back.
So, yeah, and look, I'm with you, but we have to, sometimes we have to politic.
Yep.
Sheila.
Hi. First of all, thank you for this work. I really appreciate it. Very thoughtful and considerate to all the discussion. So thank you to all Dr. Roz and whoever worked on this. The one, like, just to get into technical language that sticks in me a little bit is the first, whereas in response to accusation of sexual assault, which came after his election, Assembly Member Juan Ardilla has released non-specific public statements apologizing for past behavior. That part, totally fine. But to me, that is not what makes it possible or impossible for the constituents to ascertain the truth. And so that to ascertain the truth is a very, I'm trying to remember the word. It's like, even if he said things that were definitive, that wouldn't necessarily give us the ability to ascertain the truth. There was not comfort in it. It did not give us confidence. But I just technically don't think no matter what was shared, it's going to give us 100% of ascertaining the truth. So, and I don't know what to offer for this because I think the rest of the sentence is powerful and it's completely accurate.
Sheila, I have a thought, just taking your comment.
Please.
Suppose we say in apologizing for, quote, past behavior, and hence it is impossible for constituents to know the truth or something like that. I don't know, that actually doesn't change.
No.
There was something.
Maybe we have some other people have their hand. Maybe somebody else. Maurice wants to speak directly to this, I think.
Yeah.
But Danielle.
Wait, if we go in order, sorry, trying to be fair. Zishan?
actually, if Maury wants to go first to speak to
No,
that.
no.
Okay, sure. So I just first of all want to thank our chair and first vice chair for their work on figuring out what's possible here and drafting it, as well as Laura for the initial draft at the last meeting. That was really powerful. I would also personally be willing to support Prameet's suggestion. But regardless, I just wanted to encourage my fellow board members to vote yes on some iteration of this. I proudly voted for the assembly member and was really excited about what he was going to bring to this office. I started my career in the New York State Senate, and New York has time and time again let down women, frankly, throughout this entire state, throughout this entire city. We see sexual abuse scandals happen far too often. I was recently talking to a young woman who's working in the legislature, and you know, I have real challenges advising anybody to stay in the legislature when you see this kind of behavior so often. I think it's important that we take a strong stand against it. So again, I really do encourage my fellow board members to support both iterations that we're talking about here, but either way, I think this is an important stand for us to take.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Maury.
I'll just first start by saying thank you to Zishan, who working with Roz on this draft. What you said in the last month's meeting, which was the end of this, was really the inspiration, I think, for that call to action for the vote of no confidence. And that first came from you, Zishan, I believe. Just to kind of the spirit of this quote, past behavior, unquote, and which seems like it may be a little problematic for some, but the spirit of that and the thought behind that was, you know, in looking back over and researching what the member has said and what folks interpret that to mean maybe two different things. And we don't want to see the board, you know, taking conjecture or really just looking, because if you look at the assembly member statement, he says he apologized for past behavior, right? That's all he's ever said. So I think we would be remiss in adding to that because he didn't say more than that. There's been talks about he's admitted to sexually harassing. He actually has never admitted to it. He may be guilty of it, but he's never admitted to it. So we shouldn't say what he hasn't done. But what he has done is apologize for past behavior. And because there's these two separate things going on at the same time, it is making it very difficult for the public. And the fact that he didn't respond in a timely manner, he's refused to speak to us openly and honestly to the board for whatever reasons, that as a board, this is the lens we're looking at it through. And I think that is key to some of the language here. And we can go on and discuss it and decide how to go about it. But again, we are here as you know, a city agency tasked with very specific agenda. And I think it's important that we speak out because people are coming to community board members and saying they're upset. Where's the community board's voice? We can argue whether it's relevant for us to speak or not, but I think we found a nice compromise that lets us say a very clear statement of no support, something within the purview of the board. And I think it's really important that we don't interpret what someone has said on either side of the discussion, that we just look at the facts. That's all.
Thank you, Maury. Laura?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to thank the executive committee for their work on this. I would also encourage everyone to vote for it, pass it, but also believe that as we have no conflict of interest, we should revisit explicitly advising the assembly member to resign, given that we have advisory power in this situation. And I strongly believe that we should use that to set an example for all of the young people who are looking up to us, watching this space, and not letting this continue. It's our responsibility. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Maury, okay, thank you. Stephen.
Yeah, I think that we should focus on the last two whereases and not focus on the allegations that we don't know are true or not true, that he hasn't specifically said. Our concern, and the only concern we should have, is whether or not the people that we represent, i.e. the residents and business owners of Community Board 2, are being effectively represented. Those are those two whereases, and that's really what we should just concentrate on when you decide whether to support this motion or not. If we expand this motion to have to decide whether he is guilty or not of the accusations, I, for one, would raise a tremendous objection. I don't know, and I can't force him to answer in a court of Community Board 2 to the charges, but I can understand the fact that the position he has put himself in, or the position that he finds himself in, puts us in perhaps an untenable position, and that's the way you should look at this motion.
Thank you, Steve. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. I support the motion as written. I encourage people to vote in favor of the no confidence. A friendly amendment, although I'm fine with it the way it's written. There was a question in the first whereas clause, and I'd suggest that an alternative could be statements apologizing past behavior, period. And then we could say his constituents deserve to hear the truth, period. That's my friendly suggestion, although I'm fine with it the way it's written. Thank you.
I guess as the maker, I need to respond, and actually that works for me.
So you accept Tom's
I
friend?
therefore would accept that modification.
Thank
I
you,
would
Dr.
accept it
Ross.
also.
Thank you. Okay, Anne Marie.
Did you say to ascertain, to hear the truth, deserve to hear, right? I'm making notes.
Yes.
Or
thank
know,
you.
to know the truth, or to hear the truth?
Whatever
'Cause
you prefer, Dr.
No, I
Ross.
think
I like
here because he needs to.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Lisa?
Yeah, I wasn't at the last meeting, but I did watch it on YouTube. I agree with the sentiments of the resolution, but I really hesitate to try him in the court of Community Board 2, and feel more comfortable dealing with it as a vote of no confidence than calling for him at this point to step down. We really do not know. There hasn't been a full investigation of this just yet.
Yeah, this motion does not include that part. That would come later.
Right.
Thank you. Thanks, Lisa. Camille?
Great, thank you. I supported Stephen's comments in terms of majoring on the last couple whereases and not the first couple. And my question is, what is a vote of no confidence? I'm not familiar with it being used in New York City government. So can you please clarify? And I think it would also be helpful to know if this is an official, if there's any actual meaning behind this, how let somebody answer.
In my view as maker, it's not an official position or action. It is an official statement of lack of confidence. We do not have confidence in his ability to do his job. And we want to say that. We want to go on record and say that. And that can be used by people. Fair enough.
And it's like anything that we put forth, the board is advisory. So, you know, it is what it is. I mean, on any issue, we are advisory. Just like the resolution we made on redistricting last year, that was advisory. It was, no one had to listen to us.
I understand that, but I'm just not clear on what does it actually mean, because it has a meaning in other jurisdictions. And I'm not of the opinion it has a meaning in this jurisdiction. I would suggest, you know, reconsidering no confidence. I'm comfortable with condemning the assembly members' behavior, expressing disappointment and unhappiness, etc. But vote of no confidence, I think, could have a meaning, and it's not clear to me that we're using it in any, you know, official way. Definitely what Maury just put in, you know, we're not members of a legislature.
No, it's a
deliberative body.
legislature or a similar deliberative body. It's any kind of deliberative body.
A vote of no confidence is most commonly used in the House of Parliament in England and in other nations which have a parliamentary system, which a vote of confidence would then, a vote of no confidence would then call for an election. Okay, this is not, we are using that term in the same basic way that they are, that we have lost confidence in his ability to serve us. We do not have the power to call for a recall election as they did in California, actually, in addition to England, they did it in California. But think of what happened with England. We had several votes of no confidence going on when they did the Brexit thing, which eliminated their leaders. That's essentially what they mean by this. So if that helps you, Camille.
Okay, as the maker, I'm trying to do a little editing here. Suppose it said, it is hereby resolved that Queens Community Board 2 hereby states that we have lost confidence in Assemblymember Ardila's ability, etc. Just hereby states that we have no confidence or have lost confidence. Lost confidence.
I think if that's a little better than using this sort of term of art that doesn't really apply in New York City or non-parliamentary governments.
California is not parliamentary government. I have my hand up as not as a parliamentarian, but as a speaker. Could I be recognized as that? Otherwise, I'll wait in line.
Steve, I'm trying to go in order and let
Fine.
people.
Then I'll wait in line.
Sorry.
Not a
Well,
problem.
wait, do we have, do I, if that wording is acceptable, unless the other speakers are suggesting something else, that would be acceptable to me to say.
As a
hereby-
parliamentarian, as the parliamentarian, you can't amend your own motion. Someone else would have to make that motion and you
Oh,
accept it.
Thank you very much.
Can I comment, having had made a comment?
I guess, can I amend it then?
Yeah, propose it as an.
I'd like to propose amending the last line to read that, not that we have no confidence, but that we have, Queens Community Board Chief has lost confidence in the assembly members' ability, etc.
Just change it to has.
I don't agree.
Who?
Okay, we will continue on with comments.
Well, we have to determine what we're discussing because
Well-
maybe we don't take a position on making this change, but if others are proposing, we gotta at some
Well,
point
Roz, did you
finalize it.
accept Camille's amendment or not?
Well, I would have, but then somebody else is, I mean, if there's a desire to discuss it further, parliamentarian, what do we do?
We keep discussing.
Okay, the two things I'll answer. One is your direct question. If you do not accept that amendment because you want to hear further discussion, that is your right. Okay. But just we spent quite a bit of time, the executive board and Roz and so forth, in developing a motion that would be able to garner the most votes. I will tell you that some of the friendly amendments being made and the change of the language somewhat weakens it and somewhat makes it difficult to vote for it. I had said before about not wanting to see a trial in community board 2, but if we're going to put this man on trial, then I demand that he be allowed to testify here, or at least be given that opportunity with the formal notice that would be required. We can't subpoena, of course, but with the formal notice. And that would mean that we're going to have to take this motion and table it until such time. Let's not have a trial. People, if you're not happy with this man, which I can understand, then voice that disapproval by accepting the motion as it was originally drafted, with the AMs spelled out, the CBs spelled out. And let's not drag this on for a whole week or a whole month or till September to vote on it.
Yeah, I agree with what Steve just said.
And you don't think the
Taking other comments?
clarification that Tom made, I don't think that weakens it. It simply
Steve, were
clarifies
you
it.
referring to what Tom said or what the latest amendment?
Well, there are two of them. There are two of them. So Stephen was proposing just rolling it back, but I accepted Tom's, and if this final one it is hereby resolved that Queens Community Board 2 has lost confidence in Assemblymember Ardila's ability to represent his constituents within Queens Community Board 2.
The vote of no confidence is a term of art, and people, when they hear it, know what it means. You can expect to see that quote being quoted in newspaper articles if they write anything about this meeting. You could expect to see that term quoted if anybody decides to take him on in an election. That's why that term was picked. It's a wonderful term, okay? It says exactly, we have no confidence that he could do his job anymore. That's what we're saying with a vote of no confidence.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that. That's why we originally stated. But what I was hearing from you was that it somehow had a technical meaning and implied that we were part of the House of Lords or the Parliament or whatever of England.
Okay, and to answer your other question about Tom's amendment, I don't remember the exact words, but if I recall, there was a period after past behavior, and then it was something to the effect of that he has failed to tell us.
No.
Inform us.
His constituents deserve to hear the truth.
Well, here again, you chose the word here, and you intentionally chose that for good reason. And that is what you're saying is that they have a right to hear him deny or admit these things. We don't have that right. Our problem is that he's in a bad situation, and because he's in that situation, it makes his position as our assembly member untenable. We can't accept that. But we have no right to demand that he comes in and confesses before us or denies before us. We have no right to ask him to name these people or to give us a detailed reading as to what happened. Yes, it would be nice if he chose to do it, but we're not putting him on trial. That's why this motion was drafted the way it was. It was simple. We understand that he finds it impossible to tell us. Well, okay, but we find it impossible for us to continue having someone who can't work with his colleagues.
I'm comfortable with you rejecting the amendment in the interest of moving the meeting along. It sounds like it's not going to be accepted, so.
Which one, which amendment are we talking about? Tom's, are we talking about?
The one I proposed, this is communal, which was the loss of confidence.
Okay, just
they prefer to use
takes this vote of no confidence.
Yeah, if you want to reject it, you can reject it. I'm not withdrawing it. But
well,
feel free to reject it.
I will then feel free. Thank you. as long as it moves us forward.
Okay, I'm going to keep going with comments. Bless you, Benji.
Again, super quickly, I completely agree with the motion as it's stated right now. My not concern, but my compliment to that is I'm not sure I understand. And to me, it's just wording and how strongly the word sounds. And I think to me, the stronger the word sound, the better it is. So I'm not sure what would constitute to put a trial if we change vote of no confidence with everybody recognize, no matter what their low background or their complete absence of low background, with call for resignation, which even more people, if some people would not understand what vote of no confidence mean, call for resignation, they would understand even better that it means we have no confidence and we have good elements. We have assembly member who told us we can't work with this person and therefore he can't do his job. Therefore he needs to be out. And vote of no confidence, I think, just puts that in slightly mild word. I am a partisan for the strongest possible words, so they can be understood by as many people as possible.
So are you making a friendly amendment or not?
Yeah, or as Stephen suggested earlier, we can vote on this and then propose a motion to add these words. And I would definitely be seconding that or firsting that when it comes to this.
Okay. Anne Marie?
I was waffling before because I was listening to the comments, but now that we've been through all these potential amendments, I have to say, I really appreciate what the executive committee has come up with. And I think that this amendment should be voted on as it stands.
Are you calling the question?
Thank you.
Anne Marie, are you calling the question?
I'm not sure. Do we, if I call that question, is there no room for additional discussion? I'm not trying to curtail any discussion.
You have the right
You
to
can
call the
make a
question if that's
motion
what
to
you're
call the
doing.
question.
If you call the question, there's a vote. If the majority of the people say they want the question called, there's no further discussion. A vote will be taken.
Okay, I'm calling the question.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Debbie, I want this to be a voice vote.
Before we do that, I just want to be
Roll call.
clear that what we're voting on is that the statement, as Tom suggested, are we leaving that or removing that? I mean, I prefer to leave it just as his constituents deserve to hear the truth.
Can I just clarify that this is not a vote on the resolution? This is a vote on whether or not we called a question.
On the question.
It's just a question of what the question is, that's all.
So it's all in favor of
okay.
calling the question.
Yes.
Aye.
I can't see because you're sharing the screen. So I had
Let's undo
the best. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. Okay,
so
now the hands that are, can everybody put their hands down for a moment, please?
Yeah,
So we have a clean
the hands were up for discussion, so we're.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, I just want to make sure I see hands.
So we put the hands up now?
No, lower your hands for a minute now.
Everybody lower
All
their
in
hands.
favor of calling the question.
Are we doing emoji hands or real hands?
Emoji hands or real hands, whatever's easiest for Debbie.
If you do real hands, then you can see them in, I mean, if you do
I
emojis.
can see them in the participants.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the real hands counted double?
Yeah, right, Mohammed.
No, we're not Tammany Hall.
Okay,
So
from
put
what I
your
can
emoji
see,
hands up.
and Anatole back me up, and Marianne, from what I can see, the motion carries to call the question.
Yeah, Kenny and Mohammed had their hands up.
Ben, you're just voting to call the question.
Yeah.
I don't understand what that means.
Because I'll do the question on roll call.
So point of information, Benji's asking what that means to call the question.
Question now is, what is the
Then we will
question?
take a roll call vote.
As
on the
Roz so
motion.
eloquently put it, the question is, what is the question now? We have the original written proposition, which was amended to extend the word AM and CB, et cetera. Is there any other changes that we're voting on? Roz,
Yes.
have you accepted the amendment that Tom has made?
Yes, that was the
Yes.
amendment
Would
that
you, would
Tom
you,
made.
would you state the exact wordage and how
Yes,
it changes?
I'm going to. So, without reading the entire thing.
Anatoly, would
um,
you put up the entire thing so she can, so everybody can see it? And then she'll see the changes?
We'll take it down before
Well,
we.
the changes are not included on.
Right, but
what
they,
Anna, yeah,
just so
all right.
everybody can see the whole thing,
Yep.
it'll be,
Right.
make it easy.
It's okay.
Yep. Okay, so it's going to be from the past behavior.
Period.
Period.
Anatole, can
His-
you edit it on the fly or no?
His constituents deserve to hear the truth.
Let's do it on the fly.
Good.
Yep.
Can you make that know the truth instead of hear the truth?
Or is it 2 sentences now?
I would
apologizing
accept
for-
that. I would accept the know the truth for here.
I'm good with that, Steve. Thank you.
Okay.
So
Roz
now he
accepted.
has made it
Colin
impossible?
seconded.
Just his
So what if-
constituents deserve to know the truth.
Constituents deserve to know the truth.
Okay, so that is the motion that we're voting on. Everybody
Well,
understand?
no, there's a little down at the bottom.
Okay.
Assembly
No,
member.
I'm sorry, nothing. The only other things were
The AM and
expanding.
CB.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
Can
all
you
of those.
spell out community board 2 and
Right.
spell out assembly member?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't think you need the first sentence up there, Anatole. It
And
starts with a
technically,
whereas.
it should be Queens Community Board too. I learned that
Yes.
when I wrote the other resolution.
Okay, Yeah.
So a vote of yes means you agree with the motion. A vote of no or an abstention means you disagree with it. Just to make it clear to people, an abstention counts as a no vote. Okay,
Yep. And we are going to do a roll call vote on this.
Yes.
fine.
And Steve, you're only supposed to abstain if you have a conflict, right?
Technically, yes, but you know it better than I do. People are going to abstain because they
Right.
can't decide yes or no. Just letting them know what it counts as.
But it's abstain is no.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Amparo
That's good.
Appleby.
Yeah.
Right.
Amparo Appleby.
I said yes. I said yes.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay.
I apologize. Nellie Afshar,
Yes.
Anatole Asheroff,
Yes.
Anne Marie Bankowski,
Yes.
Parisha Batan,
Yes.
okay, absent. Danielle Brecker,
Yes.
Carlos Castel Croco, absent. Tanya Chavis,
Yes.
Osmond Chowdhury,
No.
Stephen Cooper,
Yes.
Kelly Craig,
Yes.
Warren Davis,
Yes.
Lisa Della,
Yes.
Maury Gallinoy,
Yes.
Somnus Gamir, absent. Dr. Roz,
yes.
Camille Gray,
Yes.
Kenny Greenberg,
Yes.
Mohammed Hossein,
Yes.
Leland Kindell,
Yes.
Diana Ketcher,
Yes.
Kishler.
Ketchler, sorry. Thank you, Roz. Prameet Kumar,
Yes.
Shimi Mang Lama,
Yes.
Sheila Lewandowski,
Yes.
Benjamin Lucas,
Yes.
Patrick Martinez,
Yep.
Tom Matusitz,
Yes, thank you.
Eric Nauberg,
Yes.
Megan O'Neill, absent. Zisha Not,
Yes.
Riley Owens,
Yes.
Omaya Saab,
Yes.
Roberto Saldana, Roberto, Roberto, are you here? You're muted.
Looks like he stepped away, Deb.
Okay, I'll come back. Laura Shepherd,
Camera's on.
Yes.
Ryan Smith,
Yes.
Caroline Spitzer,
Yes.
Lauren Springer,
Yes.
Kunshak Tashi, absent. Kello Thomas,
Yes.
Mary Torres,
Yes.
Letitia Vasquez is absent. Frank Wu is absent. Cal Sang Yangso,
Well, she's
absent.
not a member, resigned.
We didn't get any official
Well,
resignation.
yeah, you'll have to, yeah, I'm sure you will.
Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you all very much. I know that was painful and made for some very long meetings. So thank you. And thank you to the executive committee who was very helpful in this process, and Steve Cooper. Okay, we're going to move along because we still have 2 other votes to do tonight. And I'm going to turn it over to Lisa for land use committee report and votes. Did I totally just, I'm sorry, Debbie. I'm first going to have you do your
Debbie
manager report.
Oops.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I'll make it quick. Following that, I'll make it very quick.
Sorry.
I just want to let you all know the 53rd Annual Flag Day Parade is Saturday, June 10th at 11 a.m. along Greenpoint Avenue from 40th to 48th Street. Celebration is at Saba Park at 49th Street and Queens Boulevard. Today I sent out the capital and expense budget register. We sent it out actually yesterday to all the board members, civics, community leaders. This is your summer homework. Take a look at it. That's what they were referring to as the budget committee gets together to discuss that register and see what everybody would like to do, add, subtract, move around for next year. Lisa did an amazing job last year and working with Mary Ann. So I thank you both very much for stepping in and being so helpful. And I look forward to working with the entire committee this year. And hopefully it'll be a lot simpler and easier working from the register. So that would be great. Thank you to our new chair, Lisa Della Mori, and our executive members and all the board members for your hard work. You all do an amazing job and it's not easy. And
What are
thank
you
you for
talking
being
about?
responsive to everything. So I just wanted to mention that we have a terrific staff and I want to thank our staff and our LaGuardia intern who'll be leaving us the end of June, but she's been very helpful to a short-staffed office. And we're really appreciative of that. Congratulations to all the new members. Over the next week or so, we'll update the website and make sure that all your committees are noted. I attended the input meeting with Parks Department on the Lawrence Virgilio Playground on May 9th. And the input there was terrific. And we always request the benches with arms, so which is better for the environment and for the community. So that was a very enlightening meeting. And some of you were on there and so helpful. The construction of Newland Playground, which has new plantings, benches, pavement, stairs, fencing, lighting, and drinking fountains has begun. The project is scheduled to complete March 2024. This month, you all did great work and a lot of you have called in complaints and a lot of constituents So from May 1st to the 31st, we had 55 complaints this month directly. Some are duplicates. I don't add those in. So we've had 55 complaints. The top complaints were parks, tree issues, dead trees, branches. The second was NYPD, double parking on the sidewalks, prostitution, and of course, our corridors that we complain about regularly. And the third was the Department of Transportation with signal outages, potholes, and signage. So that's what I have. We don't forget to do the summer homework. I want to wish everybody happy Pride Month, happy Father's Day, and a happy summer. We will all be there to answer the calls, questions, and emails. So, and we will continue the good work together throughout the summer. And just be mindful that people will be taking vacations, but everything will be moving along and we are all working. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, Debbie. And yes, much appreciation to you and to the staff in the office. You do a lot, all of the work really. So thank you. Okay, with that, do we have a city planning report tonight with Teal?
No, Teal is on vacation.
So then now I will move to Lisa and land use and the 2 votes that we have.
Great. Okay. There are 2 votes. The first one is the landmark applications. These are 2 skylights on the rear of a pitched roof building. It's a landmark, Sunnyside landmark building, but it faces an unlandmarked area, an apartment building. The land use committee voted unanimously to support the application. So I would ask someone to make a motion to support the landmark application approval. Steve, I see you raising your hand. Somebody want to second that?
I'll second.
I second it.
Okay, great. Debbie, you want to do a vote? Oh, is there any discussion?
Tom seconded that, right?
Yeah, Tom seconded. Is there any discussion?
Is there any discussion?
Is there any discussion? I was just saying that. Is there any discussion?
Call the question.
All in favor of calling the question, just raise your hand. Okay, great. We're going to call Debbie. Now you can do
Yes,
roll call
yes.
vote.
And I just clarify for everybody, a yes vote means yes, you agree.
Yes, you agree
Yeah.
to support the application.
Okay, here we go. Carol Appleby,
Yes.
Nellie Ashgar. Nellie, are you here?
Yes, and yes.
Yes and yes. Can you just pronounce your last name for me?
Afshar.
Afshar, thank you. Anatol Asherov.
Yes.
Okay, John, here's Anne Marie Bonkowski.
Deb, it's Anne Marie Baranowski. Okay.
Baranowski, got it.
Thank you. Thank you. And yes, I support it.
Great, thank you. Carisha Baton.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Danielle Brecker.
Yes.
Carlos Croak. You are absent. Tanya Chavez.
Yes.
Osmond Chowdhury.
Yes.
Stephen Cooper.
Yes.
Kelly Craig.
Yes.
Warren Davis.
Yes.
Lisa Deller.
Yes.
Maury Gallinoy.
Yes.
Somnath Gamir is absent. Dr. Roz. Dr. Roz, you're on mute. Roz, you're muted.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not such a good parallel processor.
Camille Gray.
Yes.
Thank you. Kenny Greenberg.
Yes.
Mohammed Hossein.
Yes.
Leland Kendall.
Yes.
Katron Khan is absent. Diana Ketchler.
Yes.
Pramit Kumar,
Yes.
Shemang Lama,
Yes.
Sheila Lewandowski,
Yes.
Benjamin Lucas,
Yes.
Patrick Martinez,
Yes.
Tom Matusitz,
Yes, thank you.
Eric Nauberg,
Yes.
Megan O'Neill is absent, Zisha Not,
Yes.
Riley Owens,
Yes.
Clara Oz is absent, Omaya Saab,
Yes.
Roberto Saldana. Roberto. Okay, he stepped away. Laura Shepherd,
Yes.
Ryan Smith,
Yes.
Caroline Sipitzer,
Yes.
Lauren Springer,
Yes.
Kunjak Tashi, absent, Agnello Thomas,
Yes.
Mary Torres,
Yes.
Tisha Vasquez is absent, Frank Wu absent, Cal Singh. Okay, motion carries unanimous.
Great, thanks, Deb. So the next vote is the ULURP City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality text amendment. There will be 3 text amendments. This is the first one. The next one is for economic opportunity that has to do with zoning text amendments for small businesses. And then the final, that'll be in 2024. And then after that, there'll be another series of text amendments for housing opportunity. So this is the first of 3. And just a reminder that, you know, zoning is just the framework for allowing things to happen, but all the local laws are what require any of the you to do anything. So the local law 97, for example, requires people to make their buildings more energy efficient. But the zoning, these various zoning text amendments just enable you to, if you know, if you're going about putting solar, you can put it on the whole parameter of your roof. And so that's the distinction between, you know, this is not a law that's telling you to do anything. It's allowing you to do certain things. So either the local laws will require that you do them or you'll choose to do them. And so the land use committee heard this presentation. I think Danielle has heard this presentation in another venue. We voted unanimously to support it, to approve it. And I would ask somebody to make a motion to approve the ULURP application text amendments for carbon neutrality. Somebody want to make a motion?
I make a motion.
Somebody want to second it?
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Right, Amparo. So Sheila made the motion, Amparo seconded it.
Thank you.
Somebody want to, is there any discussion?
I have a quick question.
Yes.
In a simple sentence, that amendment basically allows owners of any house in New York City to put solar panels on their roofs.
No, it enables you in certain types of buildings to put solar panels on your roof. So for example, in a high-rise building, you know, you can't, the whole roof can't be covered right now in solar panels. Only part of the roof can be covered in solar panels. So this would allow you to have more coverage. Or in parking lots, you can't have, you know, solar panels covering the parking lot. Now you can do that. So this is just enable you in circumstances. It doesn't pertain to every building type.
Okay, thank you.
And just to further opine on that, Lisa, didn't they also say that there's going to be certain height restrictions as well with those solar panels? You just can't put any kind of solar panel at any height you want. You have to still meet within a certain framework as well.
Right. Right, it has to
You
be.
just can't willy-nilly put what you want up there. It has to, that has to be.
Yeah, and I mean, the zoning provides a structure for the installation of solar panels. And the zoning rules will tell you the dimensions of the solar panel, the dimensions of the roof. It will also, allow certain types of FAR adjustments for things like having extra for heating equipment on the roof. You can put heating equipment on the roof, and it will enable you to have a little bit extra FAR, but it's kind of, that's all very nominal. So it's all to promote the energy efficiency measures that the city wants to pursue. Any other conversation? Questions?
Call the question.
Wait, oh, I want
Laura.
to, yes. I would like to propose that we support the amendment, but include that New York City should abolish parking minimums in new construction now.
No, because that will go to the housing one. This is
Right, but
strictly,
that will take 2 more years.
that will take 2 more years.
That's a problem. We need to expedite that.
Yeah, but these
We should
measures,
just signal to the city that this is a priority.
well, I mean, all right, well, what you can,
To say it there.
I would suggest that we say yes, and
and
we vote
exactly
yes,
that.
and add a
yeah.
comment that we strongly suggest that the city expedite the approval of
abolition
the
of
housing amendment and the abolition of parking requirements in housing. Sure. We can,
I
would
have a
suggest-
concern with that, but
Yes,
Yeah,
my concern is that you're not going to stop people buying or renting apartments and bringing their cars in. If you don't have parking minimums, it's just going to land more.
The availability
space
of
on the car.
parking is the greatest determinant of whether or not new residents own cars in the first place.
can I just say, it's not going to forbid an owner voluntarily. It's just going to enable, it's going to allow, if you allow for not having minimum parking requirements, it won't forbid you from
Correct.
having
And there are still
parking.
3 million
Right.
parking on-street parking spots in New York City.
No, I mean, it won't forbid you from having a parking lot in your building. It just won't require certain types of buildings to
Correct.
require parking. That's really the difference, Mary. If you're going to have a condominium with parking, you can have parking.
I get it. It's just dangerous, in my opinion.
Yeah. Any other comments about that?
well, I'd like to know where it stands. Somebody made a motion. Has this motion now been amended?
That's Laura's request. Who, Sheila, you made the motion. Will you accept Laura's
No.
amendment?
No.
Good.
Okay. Somebody
move on.
want to, let's see, call the question. All in favor of calling the question? Raise your hand. All right, this is going to be a roll call vote. Debbie. Deborah Markel, are you with us?
I had it on mute. I had it on mute. Sorry. Impero Applebay.
Yes.
Nellie Ashcroft.
Yes, Afshar.
Anatole Asher.
Yes. Anne Marie Barankowski.
You know what, Deb? I'm fine with Anne Marie. I don't think there's anybody else on the committee.
How about
And I
Anne
think
Marie
it's
B?
make everybody's life easier. So for Anne Marie, it's a yes.
Thank you. Carisha Baton.
Yes.
Danielle Brecker.
Yes.
Tanya Chavez,
Yes.
Osmond Chowdhury,
Yes.
Stephen Cooper.
Yes, but just one note, and that is Anne Marie, she'll get the name right by next year. She always does. Sometimes we all had that problem originally. It's not just you.
No, it's with the length of my name, it happens all the time. So it's not I'm not trying to diss Deborah in any way. And if you just prefer to call me Anne Marie, I'm fine with it.
Actually,
Or Ms. Baranowski,
I would just add, it's like Lewandowski.
right?
It is.
She's got that down.
I mean,
Thank you.
technically it's
Thank you,
Baran.
Steve, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
All right,
technically,
Steve, what's your vote?
I was going to
I
say
voted
technically
yes.
it's Baranovsky, or Lewandowski, or Baranovsky. So
Kelly Craig,
Yes.
Warren Davis,
Yes.
Lisa Della,
Yes.
Maury Gallinoy,
Yes.
Dr. Roz,
Yes.
Camille Gray,
Yes.
Kenny Greenberg,
Yes.
Mohammed Hosen. Mohammed? Okay, he's.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, okay, got it. Leland Kendall,
Yes.
Jordan Khan is absent. Diana Ketchler,
Yes.
Prameet Kumar,
Yes.
Sheila Lewandowski. Yes, you're on mute. Benjamin Lucas,
No, I seconded Laura's motion and it was ignored, so no.
okay. Patrick Martinez,
Yep.
Tom Matusitz,
Yes.
Eric Narberg,
Yes.
Megan O'Neill is absent. Zishanat,
Yes.
thank you. Riley Owens,
Yes.
Claire is absent. Omaya Saab,
Yes.
thank you. Roberto Saldana. Okay, he stepped away. Laura Shepherd,
Yes, with regrets that it does not go far enough.
Ryan Smith,
Yes.
Caroline Spitzer,
Yes.
Lauren Springer,
Yes.
Kunchak Tashi, absent. Agnello Thomas,
Yes.
Mary Torres.
Yes.
Okay, everybody else is out. Okay, one no, and then it passes, passes.
Thank you, Deb.
You're
I just want to add for the land use committee that we're continuing to work with the Long Island City bid on their proposal to expand the bid. There are two new areas. One is south and one is really east of the current bid. We went on a walking tour with some folks from the bid. It was really interesting. It really showed a lack of city services in that area. And we're continuing to be in dialogue with the bid about the expansion and its impact on small businesses, on renters, because everyone in the bid area will pay additional fees to be a part of the bid expansion area. And they're going to schedule another walk through the north side of the expansion area. So we're going to schedule that soon and we'll let everybody know. It's really interesting. So I encourage you all to attend. Any other comments, questions for land use?
Yes, I'd like to make a follow-up motion to be able to add parking, the suppression of parking requirements.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? What's the motion?
The motion to add, yeah, I'm still, the motion to add let me reformulate that. a motion to add to the present motion that we need to seriously consider removing parking requirements, as parking requirements only increase the number of cars that people have. And we need to not increase cars that people have, because we live in a city that's already packed with cars.
And Laura, that's the motion you're seconding?
Yes. Second as is.
Okay, great. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, if
Yeah.
I may.
Steve?
Yeah, Ben, I was just wondering, if you really find that this is a serious issue, is it really something that we should first start discussing at 10:15 at night? I mean, I feel that this is something we could really talk about maybe for a few hours. And I'm willing to do it. Hopefully the rest of the community board feels the same way, and they'd like to take 2 or 3 hours to discuss this, because we're not just talking about apartment buildings. We're really talking about parking. We're talking about street parking and everything else. So I ask you, Ben, is this something that you think we should actually seriously consider? And if so, first, to answer that question, do you think we should actually seriously consider this motion?
I think we should seriously consider it.
Okay, in that case, I move to table the motion until we can actually, A, put it through a committee and get recommendations, have a full hearing on the subject.
I
So-
second that.
All right.
Okay, a motion to
So the
table has been
motion is
seconded. It must be
tabled.
voted on.
Right. So Debbie? It's a roll
Yes.
call vote.
Can we
To
speak on?
table the
can we
motion.
speak on the motion to table?
No, the motion to table is
No
on the
discussion.
floor.
Yeah,
And it's
we were
been
last time,
seconded.
a motion to table means no discussion.
Right.
Yes or no?
Just give me a moment. I gotta get an extra roll call sheet. Oh, hang on. Motion to table. Amparo Applebay,
No.
Nelly,
Yes.
Anatol Asherov,
Respectfully, no.
no,
No.
Anne Marie,
Yes means we're tabling it, correct?
Correct.
I vote yes.
Carisha Baton,
No.
Danielle Brecker,
Yes.
Tanya Chavez,
No.
Osmond Chowdhury,
No.
Stephen Cooper,
Yes.
Kelly Craig,
Yes.
Warren Davis,
Yes.
Lisa Della,
Yes.
Maury Gallinoy,
No.
Dr. Oz,
No.
Camille Gray,
Yes.
Kenny Greenberg,
He had to step off.
Mohammed Hossein,
No.
Leland Kendall,
No.
Diana Ketchler,
Yes.
Harmeet Kumar,
No.
Chemang Lama, Sheila Lewandowski,
Yes.
Benjamin Lucas,
No.
Patrick Martinez,
No.
Tom Matusitz,
Yes.
Eric Nauberg,
Yes.
Z Shanat,
No.
Riley Owens,
No.
Clara Ozer's absent, Omaya Saab. Omaya,
Yeah. Yes.
Alberto Saldana, Laura Shepherd,
No.
Ryan Smith,
No.
Caroline Spitzer,
No.
Lauren Springer,
Yes.
Agnello Thomas,
Yes.
Mary Torres.
Yes.
Just give me a minute. Let me count one more time. 1, 16 yeses and 17 nos.
The motion is tabled.
No, just the opposite.
No, the motion is not
Oh, the
tabled.
motion is not tabled.
You are free to vote on it.
Okay, great. I am so sorry. It's 10:24 and I heard that wrong. Benjamin, you have a motion on the table to add text to our support of the carbon neutrality text amendments. Your amendment says that the city should expedite the requirement to remove parking, to expedite the removal of parking requirements from certain types of buildings in the zoning text amendment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Laura, you second that.
Second.
Okay, fine. Is there any discussion?
I have, we have hands up.
Are they
Stephen?
the same? There have been a lot of hands. If you don't want to speak on this issue, put your hand down because there have been hands up for a long time. Okay, so now that the hands are up or speaking to this amendment, Mary, you'll go first. Steve, are you speaking to this amendment? And Anne Marie, are you speaking to this?
I'm speaking in regard to the motion, yes.
Okay, Mary first.
Not an amendment, it's
I
a
think,
motion. Separate
It's a
motion.
motion. It's a motion
Right.
to add an amendment.
My discussion is I ask that the board, all the members of the board vote no to Benji's motion because I feel and think that there are at least 2 other committees, actually 3. You have environmental committee, you have the parking committee, and you have transportation rather, and you have land use. At a minimum, those 3 committees should have time to discuss and review how this impacts the constituents on basis of those specific committees. So that's my request, is that everyone vote that down, because as respect to your other committee members, I believe that at least at a minimum, those 3 committees should have a right to have full discussion and then bring their recommendations to the full board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Stephen, and then Anne Marie, and then Sheila. Oh, and then Sheila. No, then Camille, and then Sheila.
I think we could save time. I think what Mary said was right on. I don't have to add anything to it.
Anne Marie.
I also support what Mary has said, but I would also like to add that I think, the folks that have reviewed this on the subcommittees have done a lot of good work, but we have to give the planning commission, the city planning, a lot of credit for the way they've planned out this series of amendments. And they've probably likely put parking with housing because that's the biggest effect in terms of building type and how it affects the parking. So I would encourage us to just be a little bit patient and wait. That is not 2 years away. It said the schedule said 2024, so that is next year. So I don't support the amendment, and I'll end it with that.
Camille.
I don't support the amendment, and just from a procedural perspective, I think it's unfair if this amendment does pass for it to be tacked on to something I did support. Procedurally parliamentarian, does that work?
My position is this is a standalone motion. We have already passed the resolution in regard to the ULURP application. This is a standalone motion. You can send it with it, whatever you want, but I mean, it's not a ULURP motion. It's not part of the ULURP motion, which has already been passed.
So Benjamin, will you accept that? That it's a standalone?
That should, I believe that should be attached to the existing.
We will send with the existing vote. So
But
there will be the existing vote, and there will be another, we'll call it resolution.
This is just a standalone resolution. It's not amending the previous.
Correct. It's a standalone resolution.
But it's being tacked on to
It's
that.
going to be sent with.
Like
being
in
sent
an
with, so
attachment,
in essence, giving the look that it's being piggybacked, for lack of a better word.
Yep.
The procedural part of this. But to me, this is something that should be sent with the ULURP because we are literally in a climate emergency. A month ago.
But from
Benjamin, I think there's a little bit of a lack of understanding about the intent of this particular text amendment. The housing text amendments will address parking and housing. This is not going to address parking and housing. It's not intended to do that. It will be in another set of text amendments. So we can say whatever we want right now, but it's not going to be in this text amendment.
So this is just a random resolution.
Yeah.
As Lisa said, we will send it along with our vote on the ULURP. It'll get sent along with it, but it is not, in fact, an amendment.
It's in the same email? What?
No, it will be on its own letterhead. We'll have to
Separately.
say something like, this motion was precipitated by a discussion regarding the text amendment for climate neutrality. And this is a resolution from Community Board 2.
Yeah, I think that's a little unfair to me, who supported the previous, resolution and does not support this.
Well, you don't have to
resolution.
vote in favor of it. but-
I'm not planning
yeah.
to, but
Thank you.
if it's being sent in, the same packet to modify something that we already voted on, when the amendment was rejected, seems unfair. But
Thank you.
I will see.
Sheila, yeah, thank you. Sheila.
Yeah, thanks. I basically everything Mary said and a few others is that I mean, if we're going to when we get to the housing and parking, there's so many things I feel like residential parking will decrease the amount of traffic in the city. I feel that we have to address the truck issue and the delivery issue and having hubs for deliveries. And so I just feel like having time to put this through the committees and to add all of the things when it comes to parking and street use is to me a more holistic way of looking at it. Additionally, to Camille's point, I would ask that these do not get sent together. They are two separate motions. And I think it's important that the vote on the text amendment was and is what it is. This is a separate motion.
Thank you,
It should
Sheila.
not be sent in conjunction with the first vote, because then it does have the disingenuous appearance as if it is an amendment, and it has to be clear. And I think the writing has to be clear. This is not an amendment to the vote on the text amendment, because it's not.
Thank you, Sheila. Prameet.
Yeah, I just want to quickly summarize something I wrote in the chat a little while ago. The city is going to pass this rule to reduce unnecessary parking requirements and sort of unlock more housing at a future date. our recommendation is not going to change the City of Yes process from NYC planning. They have a set process they're following. What our recommendation would do would be symbolic to say, hey, we think you got your priorities a little bit wrong. We think you should have prioritized parking a little bit earlier. And I think that's totally fine to say as a standalone amendment. And I would support this.
Great. Zishan.
I just want to say that I think eliminating parking minimums is not a particularly radical position. It's been something that's discussed for more than a decade that I've lived in New York. So I'm supportive of it. I also just want to point out from a parliamentary position, when Permit proposed changing the Ardea motion to call for resignation, that was supposed to be done as a secondary vote afterwards. But now that we're talking about this seems to be problematic to be as a secondary vote afterwards. So I think we're not applying our rules totally consistently. So I sense that from Ben and Laura that there's a little bit of frustration about that. And so I would just hope that, you know, as a new member seeing this, I'm hopeful that we can kind of figure out some process to allow that to happen in a more organic way in the future, so we can have a better debate for sure.
Zishan, as I understand
Thank
it,
you, Zishan. Riley. Steve, don't go there. Riley.
I support the motion. This is something, as was said, is already on the menu for New York City. It's happened in other cities. We're in a climate emergency. We keep passing all of these places where they tell us that the temperature is going to rise past a point of no return. We just passed another one. We've got to do something, and we can't just keep.
Thank you, Riley. Thank you, Laura. Can we just move on? I hear you. You're supporting.
No, but
no. Please don't. It's 10:34. We have to move on.
Right.
So
This is my
I
first time speaking
understand you have a strong
Other people
opinion.
have spoken. Manhattan below 90.
Riley, don't shut him down, Debbie. Who did that? Who shut him down?
I don't, Lisa, I don't know that it was like everyone was shut down from.
I would like to let Riley finish.
Riley, I would urge you, Riley, to please let Riley finish. I don't know who did that. Riley,
I'm sorry.
I urge you to be brief.
Right. This is my first time speaking tonight, and I spoke for 30 seconds.
I appreciate that. Not a problem. Go ahead.
Great. I was saying that Manhattan has already eliminated parking minimums below 96th Street since the 80s because of air pollution. I don't think we should have to live in the same air pollution. We're in a housing emergency and a climate emergency, and we need to act. And if we can recommend that this be part of this thing now, rather than 2 years from now, we should.
Fine. Thank you. Laura.
Yes. I completely agree with Riley. Just want to point out that we deliberate this every time we have a ULURP, and the current framework really does force us into a harm reduction framework. And so we just need to change the framework. Like, we want to be the city of yes, not the city of maybe not yet. Like, let's just pass this and be very clear.
Yeah, you understand this is a Department of City Planning process.
Absolutely. And
thank you.
Permit put it well. They got their
thank you, Danielle.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay. I've sat through this presentation like maybe 5 times now, once with the borough president, once with the mayor in our land use meeting. And the thing that they have been very clear about in the bigger, longer presentation is that they're doing this in a very planned way. And while I agree with the amendment today, I do think we need to stick with the process and let this roll out the way it is, because to Mary or Sheila's point, I don't know whose, they have been very thoughtful about this, and there are many more issues that go with housing and parking, and all of those issues should be thought about and discussed. And I don't believe that we should be doing this kind of ad hoc at 10:30 at night after a very long meeting when we still have an hour probably to go. That is my feeling. That said, I will be with the borough president at the borough board meeting on Monday or Tuesday night of next week. I will be voting yes for the carbon neutrality, yes, City of Yes amendment. And I will at that point call out to the borough president that we want them to move up the timing on the other other City of Yes amendments. That does not mean that will happen. I'm not very powerful, but I will bring it to BP Richards' attention that this board feels that very strongly.
Thank you, Danielle Maury. You're on mute.
Oops, sorry, it's late, I forgot. So I voted to discuss this, but I am going to vote against the motion. I believe it's worth listening and hearing our colleagues speak about it. I don't feel that we all maybe have done our due diligence to find out what the community wants. And remember, we represent the community, not our own personal opinions. Sometimes it creeps in, I know. But I also think that the other reason I'm voting no is because I don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. This City of Yes is a good plan, and we are going to dilute the power of our message to support it. I think we're all of the people that are maybe wanting to add on this amendment. A lot of folks probably would support it otherwise. And I think this is an issue that is big and it's important, and it's going to be probably bigger than the bike issue in the community. And it needs its own dedicated, detailed, perhaps long and robust discussion. And I feel by doing it like this and adding it on and rushing it, it's not respectful to the thing I would want to support.
Department. So thank you.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
I'd like to call the question, Lisa.
Sure. All in favor of calling the question? Just raise your hand. Anybody opposed? Okay, Debbie, it's a roll call vote.
Carol Appleby,
Yes.
Nellie Appleby,
Kind of a clarity on what the question is.
Oh, the question, the resolution is to send a freestanding comment to the Department of City Planning that will request that they expedite the removal of parking requirements in housing as part of this amendment? I don't know. Is that what you want? Yes. Okay. It's a freestanding resolution that says just that. You guys get that?
I
Okay.
think it would be helpful if somebody could wordsmith that very briefly.
Yeah, somebody will. Lori, you should wordsmith it, but that's essentially what we're voting on. It's a freestanding amendment supporting the removal of parking requirements in housing as part of this amendment. Okay. Debbie?
Carol, you said yes, so the next one is Nellie.
Yes.
Anatole Asheroff,
Yes.
Anne Marie,
No, I don't support the amendment.
Carisha Baton,
Yes.
Danielle Brecker,
No.
Tanya Chavis,
Yes.
Osmond Chowdhury,
No.
Stephen Cooper,
No.
Kelly Craig,
No.
Warren Davis,
No.
Lisa Della,
No.
Maury Gallinoy,
No.
Dr. Roz,
Yes.
Camille Gray,
No.
Kenny Greenberg,
I think Kenny stepped away.
Yes, I'm mute.
Mohammed
One or the other.
Hossein,
No.
Leland Kindell, Leland, stepped away, Diana Ketchler,
Yes.
Harmeet Kumar,
Yes.
Sheila Lewandowski,
No.
Benjamin Lucas, Benjamin Lucas, you're on mute.
Wasn't his motion, wasn't it?
Yes.
Patrick Martinez,
No.
Tom Matusitz,
No.
Eric Nauberg,
No.
Z Shanat,
Yes.
Riley Owens,
Yes.
Omaya Saab,
No.
Roberto Saldana stepped away, Laura Shepherd,
Yes.
Ryan Smith,
Yes.
Caroline Spitzer,
Yes.
Lauren Springer,
No.
Agnello Thomas,
Well,
Mary Torres.
No.
Okay, please wait.
Debbie, is Kenny here?
Penny Greenberg, are you back?
He hasn't been here for the last 3 votes.
Just checking. Fourteen yeses and 18 nos. Motion does not carry.
Thank you all for your time and attention to this most important issue. Danielle, I'm turning it back to you.
Thank you, Lisa. And there is a land use meeting in June, right? Coming?
June 21st.
June 21st, thank you. Okay, moving to the Transportation Committee, Sheila or Tom, and I'm going to ask you to please try to keep it short.
Absolutely, absolutely. The minutes will come out, check them out. And the only thing I'll add is that in addition to the presentation we had tonight from EDC on the alternative ferry landings, and we did express appreciation to them for listening to us because they came to us initially with just say we're fixing this, and then we pushed back, the council member pushed back, and we got the different, we're going to get more information on the different sites. There was a presentation by the MTA on they're adding an accessible station on Northern Boulevard, and I'm blanking on the cross street, but it's in the minute. And I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, moving along, but Benjamin, I just want to say I did not ignore Laura's motion earlier. I rejected it in part because I didn't think we were going to spend the time to go do the deep dive. But question regarding transportation only, Steve?
Just a reminder, you and Tom, I had asked for a review of the traffic changes that they made to Sunnyside Gardens. The community keeps on asking me when the city is coming back to see whether what they did is the right thing or to tweak. But it's over. It's a year now. They really should come back, take a look. They may choose to change it. They may not, but at least look at it.
Great. Thank you, Steve, for bringing that up again. Carisha, transportation?
Yeah, I was just following up on my email of if there was any further information or data from DOT about the get around parking spot campaign that's happening.
Nothing, no updates on that. We had the commissioner there, and so she had limited updates with her because they had emergency for one staff member and the other one was on vacation. So I didn't get any updates on that. Sorry. But since you raised your hand, you reminded me to share that open culture passed the city council again. And that's crosses a lot of our committees. And that's big news that just happened this last week. For folks who don't know what that is, and there are updates to it, which Carisha, maybe you and I can talk and bring that to arts and culture, but it's a big deal. Anything else on transportation? Lucretia, did I cut you off? Did you have more?
Oh, no, I'm just curious. I guess maybe we could just keep asking DOT about it. Maybe they don't even have enough data yet because it's still fairly new.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Moving to Health and Human Services and Education, Lauren.
Hi, so at our May meeting, we had a presentation by Laura Atlas, who's the Senior Director of External Affairs at Health and Human Services. She gave a presentation on HERC sites, which stands for Humanitarian Emergency Relief and Response Center. She spoke about the one specifically in Queens. There's only one in Queens, and it's based in Long Island City. She talked about the services that are offered on site, including medical, English as a second language, and so forth. And then one of the key questions that's always asked at our committee is how can community board be of help? And in response to that question, she said that we could help by with donations of new clothing. And and let me just back up a little bit. These sites are designed to address the needs of asylum seekers. So we can be of help by, with clothing donations, letting them know about resource fairs, and then also any summer programming for children would be helpful. Our next meeting is on Monday, June 12th at 5 p.m.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Lauren? Thank you.
Okay.
I think perhaps over the summer, the community board might be interested in sponsoring some kind of drive for something for the refugees. So we should chat and I'll come to the next meeting. Okay, arts and culture, Carisha.
Yes. I actually can't recall if the minutes went out for this yet. Did the minutes go out for this yet, Deb?
Yes.
I think
Okay, great. So there is, I think it's just freshly up. There is a new mural over by Doughboy Park that was created by artist Carla Reyes. So everybody can go and check that out. I was in partnership with the Parks Department. It'll be up for at least a year. We also met with the Sunnyside Drum Corps. Did anybody know that we have an active youth drum corps in our area, and they are looking for more young students, no experience necessary, to join them. So please reach out to them. They're great. You can also look at the minutes for other things, but I did want to give a quick update on the Eagle Electric building. We worked in partnership with Land Use Committee very, very diligently for a couple weeks leading up to that vote in City Council to pass that resolution, including securing that community space that they're promising us will remain in the best interest of the community for free. It'll be shared space. They're covering the majority, or no, they're covering all of the expenses to operate and book the space for various community uses. So I want to thank everybody on land use and arts and culture who helped broker that deal and put it in writing in time, because that was the hard one. And then our next meeting is the 13th. And that agenda will come out soon. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Did I talk about open culture, or we're not going to do that right now?
If it's quick, sure.
So just sort of piggybacking on what Sheila introduced, so open culture passed last week, which is really exciting. For those of you who don't know, it's basically a more accessible and inexpensive way for independent artists and nonprofit arts and cultural groups to obtain a permit to put free programming in designated street blocks to better engage with the community. This was something that was piloted by our previous council member, Jimmy Van Bramer, during the pandemic. And so that'll be also a faster turnaround for permits to be approved. And we hope it'll be a lovely addition for various communities. Yeah, Sheila.
I just want to add one update, big update, and because what you said, it's no longer designated streets.
That's true. Yes, they can actually pick a street. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Number
fully
of us fought hard for that.
yeah, that's true. Fully understand that there are still a lot of tweaks and negotiations to be made to this bill in order to keep everybody safe and well supported. These activations will be in partnership with other community organizations. And so we got this first stage of the bill passed through, and we're going to continue to work diligently to make sure that as this bill evolves and this process evolves, because it does go through SAPO, that it will become more and more stable and consistent for arts and cultural groups.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to move to engagement and inclusion. I know Nick isn't here, but Tanya, Patrick, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah. So quick question, since when are we getting together with the tech, which makes a lot of sense. So I'm glad for that.
We need to figure out a time that works best for everyone involved. So we don't need to do that right now, but let's have a conversation because
Sure.
part of the reason people don't come to committee meetings is because there are times when they can't make it. So we'll figure it
Can
out.
we do it after the summer break so we can have this June?
Yes, of course. That's a good plan because the meetings are already set for June. Let's do that.
Perfect.
Thank you for.
So our next meeting is going to be Wednesday, the 14th at 5:30 p.m. Everyone's welcome. And since I heard what Lauren says about the clothes needed last month, the Engagement and Inclusion Committee proposed a t-shirt drive. So hopefully we can get in touch with the task force of shelters and also with the health committee so we can get this done. And I also want to remind you, I'm going to put it in the flyer in the chat, that we're going to have a summer social on July 8th. That's going to be in Mulberry Park on July 8th from 3 to 6. And please stay after for the Queensboro Dance Festival. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, if you can attend, please attend both events. It's going to be great. And I actually think there's two questions. We'll start with Mary and then Anatole. Or not Mary?
Mute, off mute. Okay. I appreciate that the inclusion is doing their get together, with another event. But I just would like to say that that's a very popular vacation week. And I think perhaps maybe we can do something a little further into the summer that doesn't piggyback onto the 4th of July. I just feel that we would get a bigger turnout if it wasn't so close to a holiday where many people will be out of town. Just some feedback there. I would love to be there, but I won't be able to.
Maybe we can do two. Maybe we can have a early summer and a back to school or back to community board event. And Anatole?
Oh, I was going to say motion to adjourn the next tech meeting and just join it with engagement inclusion. If everybody else is okay with that on the tech committee. Yeah.
Is there a
I think we
second?
can just take care of that now.
Can someone
But
second?
yeah, look, let's try to do that.
Am I
Let's,
not doing the small business update?
We are. No, we're adjourning the tech committee.
Oh, okay. Got it. I'm confused.
Blending it with
When I hear adjourn, I thought we were adjourning.
No.
Can we have a
cancel. Let's say cancel.
Oh, that
Sorry.
was useful.
I'll second it, Anatole.
Awesome.
Anyone opposed? We're not doing a roll call vote. Does anyone oppose? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Okay, actually, we're going to go to Steve next for city services and public safety.
All right, the city services minutes, I believe, went out to everybody. This coming meeting, June 14th, might be kind of interesting, though. If none of you have ever attended one of these meetings before, I tend to keep the meetings down to under an hour, so it doesn't take too long. But this meeting will have something new, and that is that we have 2 locations in Long Island City. They're both seeking New York City permits to sell pot. And I assume edibles and everything else. This will be a new thing for us. We'll probably use the same basic guidelines we do with the alcohol licenses, because that's the closest thing to it, but it'll be something new and novel if anybody wants to join in. This does not affect the all of the illegal ones. They're perfectly, they can continue operating as if the police, they gave them approval, which apparently they have. But we're going to try to get some legal ones in here, and maybe that will discourage the competition from the illegal ones. So that meeting is June 14th. In addition to that, we have one alcohol licensing coming back to us because they didn't like the fact that we said they could stay open till 4, but they couldn't have live music. So they're going to come back to further discuss it. But that's what goes on. You're all welcome to join. So on the 14th, it's on Zoom, and I promise you, we try to make it as entertaining and as quick as possible. So, thank you.
They're great meetings. I love them. Mary?
Steve, there was a major grease spill on Center Boulevard, after which Department of Sanitation proceeded to throw copious amounts of sand to help quote unquote clean it up. But now we're left with all this sand all over Center Boulevard and about 3 or 4 side streets. Who do we talk to get that resolved? And I'm a little concerned from an environmental perspective that it wasn't cleaned up, that it was just left there to be sopped up with sand. I think that's
Mary, could you send me a note or something on it so I can look into it, because I know nothing about it.
okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mohammed.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen and Daniela. My name is Mohammed. I'm the new member, but I'm excited to speaking with the safety issue because I don't hear anything from the Woodside. I don't think so right now. I'm the only person maybe living the Woodside. So this has happened on 22 of May around midnight, 1 to 2 a.m. It started from the 10 normally. So few people are gathering in 41st Avenue and 72nd Street. That is totally messed. If you guys coming right now, I can showing you anyone coming to right now. I can showing you how the environment is nasty and going down to is not look like the America. If you see that there, it's a look like that we live in the third world country. The 2 people are walking and 3 people with a car. They keep in the car with the car and they go to the out little far and go to the inside the bank and say, give your bank card and your PIN number. They kept in the car, this guy, 2 hours, they're going to the Brooklyn and then left over there. They said, oh, this is not my car, it's a rented car, they release. It was, 1 is a 100% black guy and 2 is kind of black, the victim stated. And he called to the police right away. There is a 10 young boys living in the same building. They go away and they cannot find it. In the same night, the same building, the same friends are walking to the Jackson Heights to the Woodside. And those 3 guys is following him and call his, come here. And he was understanding and he ran away and come to their home and stated the other 1 friend is missing. And then yesterday night, my neighbor, I live in the 4th floor, the 2nd floor, he is facing the same situation. So I'm write a letter to our CB2. I don't know that because Stephen in the committee chair, I'm definitely appreciate you to take care of this. I write a letter right here to the community policing, PA 108 police precinct, Julian office, everywhere I write this. Right now, we need to be very carefully handle this situation, and there is a need to be increasing the police precinct. There is no other alternative. The Woodside Avenue and the 41st Avenue.
Okay, you said you sent the letter to the precinct?
Yes, I already mentioned them. They,
you have
they
a copy?
visited.
Did
They
you keep
visited.
a copy of the letter, Muhammad?
They visited already. But
did
We
you
got,
keep
we
a
got
copy
a
of that
copy,
letter?
Steve, in the
You do
office
have
and
it?
we forwarded it to PD.
Yes.
Okay, Deb, send me a copy of the letter. Just let me look at it.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you so
No,
much.
it's the police that obviously have to be active, but if there's something that we think has to be followed up, we can try to put some pressure.
Like I live in the 7 years, I
Yep.
never like this, but after this incident, I feel insecure, like go outside, you know?
Well, you also, there was a shooting on Queens Boulevard in the
Yes.
40s.
Like last 7 years, I'm here. It's a very peace neighborhood. I never heard this, there's somebody robber in my neighborhood. This is started.
Welcome to the new New York City.
Yeah, thank you everyone for concerned about this.
Thank you, Mohammed. Any other questions?
Anatol?
I'm sorry, I don't want to make a whole thing about it, but being Bengali and having had racist things called said to me before, let's please not bring up race if we can avoid it, or unless it's pertinent to the case. Unless you are telling the police officer, here's a description of the person and drawing the thing, please let's not just generalize. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that. I would encourage.
To follow up on what
Mm.
Anatoly is saying, the
Absolutely.
community board does not like the term us or them. We're all together. No us
We're
is
all
no
one.
thems.
We
Yes.
are.
Thank
Just like Bono said. That's a
Okay.
newer U2 song, sorry.
That's like, Anatol, that's your and my thing, I think, but, okay, environment, parks and recreation, Laura?
Yeah, so we canceled the May meeting since this is a busy time, but we did receive a response from DSNY to the letter and motion we passed at the April meeting, requesting an expansion of the on-street trash containerization pilot as seen in Hell's Kitchen. They said that they are not planning to do this at this moment, but they are piloting mechanical trash container collection equipment in Manhattan Community Board 9 in Upper Manhattan, and they are eager to work with us in the future.
Thank you. And the next meeting is on June 22nd at 6:30?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Thank you. Okay, small business and local economy. Mary is going to take this because
I'm going to give you 2 seconds because you took all the thunder for LIC Springs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's fine. It's already done. So it's all good. But I just did want to add that the amount of people that showed up on such a rainy day was very inspiring. We had a lot of good feedback from it. The people who showed up were really engaging to our constituents. We got a lot of good signups. And, the constituents came to us and shared their concerns. And I would say we probably have at least 3 or 4 takeaways with legitimate concerns that people had about the neighborhood. And it was really nice for them to be able to have that environment to, kind of a very casual way to share that with us. So kudos to everyone who got soaking wet, and just goes to show you, we show up in Queens. So thank you, everybody. Next meeting TBD. Kenny had to, what time is it? Kenny had to step off, so we'll confirm the next meeting when he's back, and we'll make sure to get an email to everybody. Thank you, everyone. And come and support us. More the merrier.
Yeah, I really want to thank Mary because she did the brunt of the organizing for LIC Springs. So thank you so much. I know it was tough.
And then kudos to Deborah and the staff for having all the swag ready for us and accommodating us to get that picked up. So we really did appreciate that. And I guess Night Out in Crime is like the next time we're gonna have a table, right? In August?
Yep.
Maybe?
Yes, we always do.
Yep.
Okay, last but certainly not least, Anatol, tech and access.
I'm trying to close this out. We had a joint meeting this month with small business. We discussed furthering the small business directory page on the CB2 site. We also had Dirk McCall from Sunnyside Shines join us. He's very helpful on both the website page front as far as ideas go. And the other topic we discussed was the Queens Professional Meetup I'm calling, for lack of a better term right now. So tentative dates we're looking at for that are in August 2nd or July 26th. And the idea is, we'll organize an opportunity for our small businesses, tech folks, and folks like designers as well, the graphic designers, architects, folks like that, and as well as the arts community. So yeah, just to get some conversations going, and still fleshing it out a little bit, but those are some of the things that we're working on, and I'm super excited to join and formalize joining engagement and inclusion. To Pat Dorfman's point, we need to do a better job of our comms and communications, and we've done a lot since 2020. Thanks, thanks in no small part to Debbie, the CB2 office, and everyone who's been on the board since and before. We have a lot more to do, so I'm super excited to blow up all of your inboxes and social feeds and mailboxes too. We need to do snail mail, as they say. So we'll work on all that. Excited to.
Thank you so much, Anatole. Okay, that is it. It's only 7 after 11. The next community full board meeting is Thursday, September 7th. So you have 2 months of freedom. Although those of you who are chairs of committees, we will be seeing you for the budget meetings. And there are committee meetings through the month of June, so please go to them. Thank you all so much. I hope to see a bunch of you at Pride tomorrow and or Sunday, and at our event on the 8th and another event we're going to plan. Have a great summer. Happy 4th of July. Does someone want to make a motion?
Yes, I'm making a motion to end the meeting, but I did want to ask, are we in
I'll
person
second
or?
We don't know yet. My guess is that we will be back in person in September, but we do not have an answer as of yet. And if it goes the way it's been going, we'll know at some point in August.
And somebody seconded my motion.
Who seconded?
I did.
Patrick. Thank you, Patrick.
Patrick seconded Sheila's motion to adjourn. Thank you all. Bye. Good night.
The chat now. Save your chat.
Good
3
night.
buttons.
That
Click
is
on
not
them.
public record, so you can save it, but it's not on the record.
No, that's right, but save it. That's how to do it. Those 3 little buttons down there on the bottom.